Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Councilmember Cordero, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilmember Cordero, would you like to introduce our special guests for the message of Aloha?
Mahalo, Chair, colleagues, community, and members of the public. I just want to introduce Kumuhula Robert Keanu Ka'upu of Halauhi Akaina Makalehua from Kapolei, and we just honored them today in our honorary certificate program. But I would like to welcome not just the Kumu, but also members from the Halau as well to offer us a great start to our meeting. So I'll hand it over to Kumu Ka'upu.
Oh, ke kuai vi kauai lilani ke leia kauai olae. Na ke aloha no e ala mai na makalehua o kai. Ua hiki mai no ke aloha lave pu ka I ini o loko nei. Aloha e, aloha e, aloha e. Aloha mai kākou. The mountains are abundant with the gentle ililani mist, bedecked with its life-giving water. It is indeed aloha that awakens the very core of the lehua blossoms of the uplands and brings forth our desires from deep within. We give aloha, we receive aloha, and we share aloha. Today, the message that I really want to share with you is something that our Hawaiian culture truly embodies, truly maintains, and is really encapsulated in that sentiment of aloha. And it's something that we can learn from, utilize in both our everyday employ, as well as our everyday life. And it is the not art, but the hana of reciprocation and balance, or for maintaining balance. In the word aloha, it is important to know that when someone shares aloha with you, expect aloha back. We must expect reciprocation. In everything that we do, it was always done in our culture pre-contact and should be done today. So as we leave here, my halau and I, sorry, let me back up. Today was a great example of display of aloha. You showed me your aloha by that wonderful certificate of honor, yeah, and we are allowed to reciprocate through our oli, through our message. Before we leave today, what I really wanted to share with you folks is to remember that whatever you do in session, out of session, in your own homes, remember that reciprocation is a must. Reciprocation of sharing aloha and receiving aloha is a must. So walk with aloha today. Aloha.
That was beautiful. Thank you so much. Members have some procedural announcements to make. Although remote oral testimony is being permitted, this is a regular meeting and not a remote meeting by interactive conference technology under HRS 92-3.7. Therefore, the meeting will continue notwithstanding loss of audiovisual communication with remote testifiers or loss of the public broadcast of the meeting. Members of the public will be allowed to provide oral testimony on all items on the agenda, either in person in the council chamber or remotely. As both English and Hawaiian are the official languages of the state of Hawaii, pursuant to Article 15, Section 4 of the Hawaii State Constitution and Section 1-13 of the Hawaii Revised Statutes, members of the public may testify in either language. For oral testimonies offered in Olelo, Hawaii, additional time will be allowed for the testifier to provide an English translation of their testimony. Before testifying, each person shall state their full name and the agenda item they are testifying on. Each speaker may not have anyone else read their statement and is limited to a 3-minute presentation on public hearing and new business items, and a 1-minute presentation on all other items. Registered in-person testifiers will be called first. Where your name is called, please proceed to the podium and begin by stating your name and the item you will be speaking on. When I call for anyone who has not registered to speak in person, please line up to the right of the podium, and when it is your turn, proceed to the podium, begin by stating your name and the item you'll be speaking on. All persons who have registered to testify remotely by video conference or phone will then be called. When your name is called, please monitor your screen and activate your audio feed when prompted. When I call for anyone else standing by remotely, please utilize the Zoom raise hand button to indicate your desire to speak. For those joining us by telephone only, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. The following are some friendly tips and reminders. Video conference from a quiet location if possible. If you're also watching the proceeding on Olelo, please mute your television when you are called to testify. When the timer on your screen reaches 0, please conclude your remarks promptly. For those who are joining us by telephone only, I will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. When your number is called, press *6 to unmute yourself when prompted. Written testimonies, including the testifier's address, email address, and phone number, will be available to the public as described on the posted agenda. As a courtesy, please turn off all cell phones for the duration of the meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Mr. Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Cordero.
Here.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Here.
Councilmember Kia Aina.
Here.
Councilmember Nishimoto. Councilmember Okimoto.
Present.
Councilmember Talba. Councilmember
Excused.
Tupola.
Ao.
Councilmember Wire.
Here.
Chair Waters.
Here.
Mr. Chair, 9 members are present, 1 member is absent.
Thank you.
I'm sorry,
Leader-
8 members are present.
8
Excuse
members.
me. Thank you.
Thank you. Floor Leader Kia Aina, introduction of guests.
Thank you, Chair. Wanted to acknowledge the Mayor's Chief of Staff, Andy Sugg, of course, Managing Director Designate Krishna Jariam, Dr. Kealoha Fox, Executive Director for the Office of Climate Change, Kim Hashiro, Director of the Department of Customer Services, the Executive Director for the Office of Economic Revitalization, Amy Alsobai, and her Deputy, Deborah Zeisman, and nominees and appointees of the Climate Change Commission, Real Property Tax Assessment Board, Grants and Aid Advisory Commission, and the Rate Commission, and of course, stakeholders who are interested in the issues today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Sandy Ma here? I believe Sandy Ma wanted to say a few words. Is she online, Mr. Clerk? No?
Mr. Chair, she is not online.
Okay, no problem. Vice Chair Tupola, motion to approve the minutes.
I move that the session minutes as posted on the agenda be approved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Any discussion, members? Seeing none. Any objections or reservations to approval of the minutes? Seeing none. The minutes have been approved. Turning to page 4, order of the day. Resolution 26-129, confirming the nomination of Krishna Jayaram to serve as the Managing Director of the City and County of Honolulu. Aloha, Managing Director. Would you like to say a few words?
Good morning, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Tupola, council members. Krishna Jayaram, Managing Director Designate. For the last 4.5 years, I've had this privilege of serving as the Deputy Managing Director for this community and the people we serve. I work for an extraordinary Managing Director, and so these are very big shoes to fill. I'm very grateful to Mayor Blangiardi for his trust and confidence in me. I'm grateful to the cabinet for their support of me, and to our managing director's office and mayor's office for their support of me as well. And I hope that I have earned this council's support for this confirmation. And I'm available for any questions, and I look forward to discussions with all of you.
Thank you so much, members. Any questions for the managing director designate? Councilmember Kia Aina.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. First of all, Krishna, I want to just say that you are one of the most competent, efficient, and nice public servants that I know. And that is not just within the city, but that's within all of the levels of government that I've ever worked for. And so I fully support your nomination. But I do want to ask just one question relating to an important issue. As many of us came on board, not just the administration, but several of us here after the 2020 election, and we were dealing with federal funding relating to the pandemic, specifically the ARPA funds. I was able to be on a committee with many in the administration with regard to how to allocate all of those funds. And an issue that has been in the newspapers recently relates to a former staffer of the Office of Economic Revitalization and a commitment that he evidently made without authority to the Hawaii Food Bank to the tune of $800,000. And I understand that it was related to CARES Act funding, which preceded ARPA funding. So my question is, and this has nothing to do, the courts are taking care of the issue, of course. My question relates to how to make the Hawaii Food Bank whole, and whether or not at the time that the administration knew that he acted without authority, was there any effort to consider the use of ARPA funds to take care of that $800,000? And if not, what efforts are being taken to make the Hawaii Food Bank whole? Thank you.
Councilmember, thank you for your question, and thank you for the kind words as well. I will try to be as helpful on this while being mindful of whatever the state AGs are doing on this matter. I want to start by saying that the Hawaii Food Bank is an incredibly important entity in our community, and we all recognize that. When we first became aware of the issue, we wanted to make sure that it was looked at carefully and thoughtfully, and that whatever concerns about what happened were being handled by the appropriate state investigative authorities. So, and I'll have to look more closely at the timing and get back to you, but so when all of that was happening, it wasn't, in my opinion and in the discussions we had, an appropriate time to immediately pivot and redeploy ARPA for this effort. That being said, given how important the food bank is, and given that they did deploy food to the community when it needed, we're in active discussions with them now about how we make sure they have the appropriate documentation now, and how do we make them whole, or at least as whole as is reasonable given the circumstances.
Sure, I appreciate that, because again, I bifurcate the issue between what is happening in the courts and what I feel is the city obligation to the Hawaii Food Bank. While that person may have acted without any knowledge of superiors, I feel that he acted in a capacity of a city official, and as such, I feel that the city administration needs to do everything possible to determine, make sure you got all of the financial documents in order to take care of the Hawaii Food Bank. And I do know that they greatly appreciate the collaborative relationship they have with the city. So for me, it's just about making good on a representation by a city official in his official capacity, and taking care of them, because they need kokua, and we want to make it whole. Thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. We do have a few registered testifiers, starting with Chulan Schubert Kwok. Aloha, welcome.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Vice Chair. Thank you so much, everyone. Chulan Schubert Kwok from Chinatown. I'm here to support this nomination for Krishnan Jaranam for Managing Director. We're very pleased with all the work that we've seen in the last 4.5 years. And in Chinatown particularly, where we have so many crises, that the administration under Blangiardi, Mayor Blangiardi, and also MD, former MD Mike Formby, and of course, Deputy Managing Director has been very helpful in listening and then trying to help. We don't get all the help we want, but they definitely listen and they definitely care about our community. So thank you so much. Please approve this appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Shelby Billionaire.
Hello, my kako, Pikachu Shelby Banner. So thank you for having us here today. I do approve this appointment because you have to manage the budget, and I'm really here for Bill 22, but that's not to the end of the agenda. So we're going to need someone Pono like Mr. Krishna, and he already has a great name. If you know you're very religious, Krishna is very power, like when we say Jesus or Christ. So we need some people, Pono, who's going to be managing the money, and obviously we have the food bank issues as the council member just discussed. So what we want is fiscal responsibility. So just put it financial transparency, meaning put it on Excel, incomes in green, expenses in red. So be ruthless when it comes to expenses and help increase the income for the community, for our residents here with 51 districts, 250 precincts, and 9 council members. Thank you very much, Chair, for letting me testify. Aloha.
Thank you.
Chair, question for the testifier.
Please.
Real quick, we do have a council rule about decorum and how we dress, and I do think that Councilmember Kiaina spoke to you, and I've seen you testify without masks on, but I just wanted to ask if you were aware of what the rule states.
This is the first time you ever asked me a question, Andrew Tupola, but I know you don't like me. You blocked me on Instagram. So, Chair, I do not feel comfortable because this council member has blocked me on social media and now
Chair, point
always
of
does
order.
things and
Point of
disgraces
order.
me.
We're just talking
And
about
I am on the office of elections as Shelby Pikachu Billionaire. So if they're discriminating against me because I'm Pikachu or because I have a mask on, I feel offended. And I want this on the public record.
Okay, state your point.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, so Rule 20 states, all persons attending council meetings, including city employees, witnesses, members of the media, and the general public are expected to respect the dignity of the council in the use of wearing apparel, decorum, and general appearance. I think your comments that were made today are actually very nice, and you're coming with a good energy. And the other day when you testified at Neighborhood Board without the mask, I was actually very shocked because I thought, oh, well, there is an ability to testify without it. This is nothing against you. It's just the decorum of the meeting. As you noticed, no one else wears masks in here. And we've actually talked to people about dressing appropriately and making sure that we are talking about serious issues here, and therefore that's why we dress the way we do, to make sure that everyone understands the gravity of some of these issues. So it was a kind, respectful question to you. I've seen you contribute in positive ways, like what you just did in your testimony, and I'm going to encourage you to continue to do that, because I've actually seen you do some good testifying, of which some of the things you brought up actually have very good, valid points. So thank you for being here, and thank you for allowing me to read the rule and respectfully ask you to follow it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, point of order. I still do not trust a single word coming out of this council member's mouth. I will not
but thank
follow
you.
and listen to the First Amendment.
Thank you.
And I've done this
Thank you.
before as an Air
No,
Force veteran. I did not fight a war
appreciate
to
that.
combat and be discriminated by my own council member.
No, I appreciate that, but it's really not a discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, because that's not the point. I'm here to testify.
Next,
Thank you
we
very much.
have Calvin Hulihe'e. Hello, Mr. Hulihe'e, please proceed.
Aloha, Kelvin Ule Konohike. I wear my mask from 1948. I still wearing them. Look like Ali, but more Kapolei. But anyway, I want to talk about this bill. What that? This one, the guy. all illegal. U.S. Justice memo shows U.S. never legally annexed Hawaii. 1898, opposing state of Hawaii government. In other words, annex of Hawaii could not be achieved in a constitutional manner. Respect, just like wearing masks or whatever. It's not really good to wear on masks. You guys wearing masks? Or anyway. The Hawaiian Island is foreign soil. In 1898, Hawaii is 2,100 miles away from the U.S. territorial base of international law. It's broken. The territory of Hawaii was not established in 1900, despite the congressional legislation purposing the contrary. The statehood vote was an attempt to hide an illegal act that began in 1893. Remember her? With the U.S. complicity. Ali'i, Konahiki. All this illegal managing, the authority of management comes from that one up there first. And his creation was to manage the water, the land, the air. It's like kind of, what that? Commandments, like 10, 5, 3. I can only remember the 5, I think so. Like in the big 5 was more important for survival, sustainability, for now and future generations, for our keikis. Think about it. Thank you.
Thank you,
Aloha.
Calvin. Next, we have Konohiki. Aloha and welcome.
Good morning. What I have here, the U.S. Justice memo shows U.S. never legally annexed Hawaii, 1898, opposing state of Hawaii government. This U.S. Justice memo proves Hawaii is not a state. And I have this article of the U.S. Justice memo. Now, this military brutally overthrew Queen Liliuokalani. And I have the artifacts of that too. Now, the rule of law is the Constitution. Therefore, the U.S. state of Hawaii have no jurisdiction in Hawaii. This is the missionaries illegally was part of the overthrow of Queen Liliuokalani. Finally, what I have here is a treaty back in 1850. The United States is part of this treaty. They busted this treaty in 1893 by illegally overthrowing Queen Liliuokalani. So this whole body here is illegal, including the state capital. I was here before opposing the taxation. Taxation in Hawaii is illegal. And a lot of people who got bankrupt or lost their property through not paying the taxes is illegal. They got to be refunded. So you people here, it's all illegal, plain and simple. So I thank you for your time, and aloha.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Larry McElhaney, followed by Dylan Armstrong.
Mr. Chair, Mr. McElhaney is not logged on.
Okay. Next is Dylan Armstrong.
Aloha, Chair Waters. My name is Dylan Armstrong. It's good to be with you all. In the interest of time, I would normally stand on my testimony. However, I do want to highlight three things while I am in support of the nominee and this measure. The first thing I'd like to mention is that with 2 years left for the administration, this is a premier opportunity for you as a council to dialogue with the nominee as to what the future of Honolulu is going to be before you get into the thick of things. Second, I think it would be excellent for the council to clarify with Mr. Jayaram what has changed in terms of previous conditions, expectations, and policy for the administration since the previous managing director was serving very capably, I'll add. And third, I noticed some of our North Shore friends and leaders are in this meeting, as well as Dr. Aloha Fox. And with that, something that is near and dear to me, our climate emergency and the Kona low storms that we've dealt with, I think bring to mind that some of the city's important responsibilities are not simply mundane public administration, but a transformative period and process that is affecting all of the work of the city and county. And having people with Mr. Jayaram's qualifications and excellent background, it is important to know where the administration stands on these unprecedented and growing crises that the city and county is facing. Mahalo.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify on the nomination of Krishna Jayaram to the Managing Director position? Tim Gary, aloha, welcome.
Yeah, good morning, Tim Gary. I fully support Krishna. He's always been very humble and very attentive. Every time I've called him, he gets back to me, hears my concerns, and follows through. He's a very good man. I hope you confirm him. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify in person?
Mr. Chair, we have a remote testifier with their hand raised.
Okay, please proceed. Is that Raquel Achu?
Yes.
Yes, Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Mahalo, Chair, Council members, Raquel Achu, North Shore, Wailua Moku, in strong support of, I'm so sorry, Krishna, I can never say your last name, but I'm very much in support of his nomination and ultimate appointment as managing director. You know, it's very hard to come by higher ups in the admin or just in business in general to really pay attention. Our community has been able to be, you know, very engaged. Krishna is always very humble, professional, and has a great sense of integrity. And I mirror Councilmember Keaina's comments. It carries a lot of weight with us when we're able to really be able to engage with our leaders and be able to feel as if we are being heard and not dismissed. I very much appreciate his work and his integrity and his ability to be engaged. And I look very forward to our future with him. Mahalo.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify on the appointment of Krishna Jayaram?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we are in discussion. As a gentle reminder, we're referring all the nominees on pages 4 and 5 to committee, so we'll have another opportunity to ask questions. Seeing no discussion, Resolution 26-129 has been referred to the Committee on International Legal Affairs. Turning to the bottom of page 4, Resolution 26-130, confirming the reappointment of Ms. Melanie Islam to serve on the Climate Change Commission of the City and County of Honolulu. Is Melanie Islam present? Aloha, welcome. Would you like to say a few words?
Good morning, Chair, members of the Council. Thank you so much for having me here. Melanie Islam, I'm a practicing architect and sustainability director at a local firm called Mason Architects. I've had the pleasure to serve on the commission for the last 5 years and chair for the last 2. It's been an honor to have the mayor nominate a reappointment for me on the Climate Change Commission. We have been working very closely with Dr. Fox and her office to have a stronger collaboration with our office to ensure that the recommendations that we provide per our charter support the work that they're doing, but also leads on the trends in science and climate change.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the nominee? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I believe we have two registered testifiers, starting with Shelby Billionaire.
Aloha, Pikachu Shelby Benner. So I do want to help support the reappointment of Ms. Melanie Islam. And we're talking about climate change. I'm glad she's female because it's called Mother Nature, not Father Nature. And I got trained by Captain Planet and the Planeteers. You know, we can't stop the hurricanes, but we can learn how to survive it. And when you watch KITV4, KHO News, you watch their weather channel, and they're using some Euro web, but it gives a small little green screen. You don't really see anything. So what I do on Instagram and Facebook is we'll look for the Google, is like a Zoom Earth, and then you can see everything on a global scale. And you can see the trends happening. They'll say El Nino, but you only get a small glimpse on our news. But I encourage everyone, if we can't control the weather, we have to learn how to flow with it and how to survive. The people in Guam, Saipan, the Kona Lows, you know, if we know what's going to happen again, Pa'akea, Ili flooding, then what can we do to help mitigate it? And that's why I hope with her leadership and our people in power, we can figure out something to do it together. Thank you very much. Aloha.
Thank you. Next, we have Dylan Armstrong.
Mahalo, Chair Waters. Happy to stand on my testimony. Mahalo.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify on Resolution 26-130? Seeing none, members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, Resolution 26-130 has been referred to the Committee on Energy, Environment, and Sustainability. Turning to the top of page 5, Resolution 26-154, confirming the appointment of Shannon Smith to serve on the Board of Review for the real property tax appeals of the City and County of Honolulu. Unfortunately, the nominee cannot be present today, members. Mr. Clerk, I believe we have one registered testifier, Shelby Billionaire.
Aloha, Mike Kako, Pikachu Shelby Billionaire back. So I'll make it quick and short because it's about tax appeals. You know, it's a tax code, not a tax law, because I called the IRS and they know. So Shannon Smith, smart, Akamai, so I support this and we can work it out together to file the appeals. Thank you very much. Aloha.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify on Resolution 26-154? Seeing none, members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, Resolution 26-154 has been referred to the Committee on Budget. Turning to the bottom of page 5, Resolution 26-155, confirming the appointment of Shannon Alivado to serve on the Grants and Aid Advisory Commission to the City and County of Honolulu. Aloha, Ms. Alivado. Would you like to say a few words?
It's been a while. Good morning. Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Council. My name is Shannon Alivado. Honored to be considered and for appointment by the Mayor for the GIA Advisory Council, and look forward to conversation with members of the Council to talk story about this role. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the nominee? Seeing none, thank you so much for being here this morning. I believe we have two registered testifiers, Shelby Billionaire.
Aloha, Mike Kako, Pikachu Shelby, we're back. So I do support the reappointment of Shannon Avado for grants and aid because she doesn't know it. A lot of people call me from Waianae and they want help with grants and stuff. And I'm not a grant writer on those things, but it's a lot of paperwork. And most people don't do it from my side in 96792. You know, we barely even vote. But people from Kauai do use this stuff for these programs to drive with Aloha and other things. And I'm glad we have someone with female at the heart who really cares, has compassion. And if the mayor is going to reappoint you, then he must already approve you. So thank you very much for the hard work behind the scenes, because trying to read that stuff, it really sucks. You know, it's very boring and sleepy for me, but I appreciate the hard work behind the scenes. Grant and aid. Thank you very much. Aloha.
Thank you. Next, we have Dylan Armstrong.
Mahalo, Chair. I'll stand on my testimony.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Kia Aina.
Thank you, Chair. I am delighted by the nomination of Shannon Alivado, who I've had the pleasure of knowing for a long time since our days in Washington, D.C., where she served for Senator Inouye. what I'm pleased about with regard to this specific commission is that in addition to governmental and private sector experience, she and her family are farmers. They live in Waimanalo. They go to all of our farmers markets as they're selling their fruits and vegetables. And she has a very good understanding of what is going on in our communities. And that is so critically important, as I said, because the Grants and Aid Commission is one of the most important commissions where nonprofit organizations who direly need help compete for funds to keep their organizations going. And so we need candidates like this who will be able to ascertain perhaps sometimes the capacity of smaller organizations who don't score well, but need kokua moving forward into the future. So just highly recommend her nomination and I look forward to seeing her in committee.
Thank you so much. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Resolution 26-155 has been referred to the Committee on Budget. Turning to page 6 from the Committee on Infrastructure, Transportation and Technology, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that committee report 176 to 2026 and resolution 26-143 CD1, which relates to the appointment of Luca Cuniberti to serve on the Rate Commission of the City and County of Honolulu as amended, be adopted. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Thank you for the explanation. We have a number of registered testifiers. Before we get to that, Luca Cuniberti is here. Would you like to say a few words? Aloha, welcome.
Sure. All right. Aloha, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Tupola, council members. I'm honored to be up here today being nominated for the Honolulu Rate Commission by Councilmember Ware and Council Chair Waters. For those who know me and for those who don't, my name is Luca Cuniberti. I'm a transit advocate from the North Shore of Oahu. I was the Hawaii Youth Transportation Council's part of their inaugural cohort. I served as our policy and legislation chair as well as the North Shore's representative. I'm also on the North Shore Transportation Alternatives Board, and I'm also a co-founder of Oahu Transit Riders, an organization aimed at representing the 70,000 daily transit riders that ride, bus, rail, and Biki every day. My work has spanned both the state legislature and the city and county of Honolulu with a focus on making our transit system more affordable and better connected. As someone born and raised on the North Shore, I've seen firsthand both the benefits that transit can bring to the communities that we all serve, but also, the pressures of Hawaii's cost of living. According to Article 13 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, everyone has the right to freedom of movement and residence within the borders of each state. And one of the most effective ways we can uphold that is through fast, reliable, comfortable, and most importantly, affordable public transportation. I look forward to this discussion up ahead and for the opportunity to even be nominated for the Rate Commission. While I may be young, my experience is grounded in real work with our communities, agencies, and riders. And I believe the Honolulu Rate Commission would benefit from a perspective that does not just come from a background of the importance of affordable transportation, but also one that is rooted in the system and rooted in what the reality is like to be a young person taking transit and the financial burden transportation on Oahu in particular can be. I also wanted to shout out, this is probably one of the only times I'm able to embarrass my parents. My mom is in the council chamber today, if you want to stand up. And then I think my dad is also, he's out at Queens West, so he's looking at this too. I'm very happy I'm able to embarrass her because she's always embarrassing me. So I just want to say mahalo, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the nominee? Seeing none, thank you so much. Appreciate you being here today. We do have a number of registered testifiers, starting with Malia Bokansky. Malia Bokansky?
Aloha, Chair.
Oh, there
Hi.
you go. Aloha, welcome.
Aloha. Thank you. Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, Council members. My name is Malia Boksansky, testifying on behalf of Hawaii Appleseed in support of Luca Cuniberti's appointment. We have worked closely with Luca through the Hawaii Youth Transportation Council and through his work founding Oahu Transit Riders. In both roles, Luca has shown real commitment to transit equity and a really strong understanding of transit policy. He is determined, he's deeply involved, and he consistently shows up ready to do the work. What makes his appointment especially meaningful is that he brings a youth perspective. Young people are some of the most frequent transit riders, but their voices are rarely included in decisions about fares and service. We believe having Luca on the rate commission would help make sure those decisions reflect the needs of young commuters across Oahu. We support his appointment and mahalo for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Shelby Billionaire.
Aloha mai kako, Pikachu Shelby Billionaire. So I want to thank this guy and encourage him for he came all this way here, Mr. Luca Kuna Berti. Your mom's right beside me, and I wasn't sure why was she so giddy and excited. She was taking on the camera. I wanted to see you, so I love your energy. And you're coming from the North Shore, so you passed the Matt Wires test. So Uncle Pikachu's test to you from the younger generation is going to inherit the wheel of fire and encourage your nomination, and you're stepping up to the throne. Is that don't let the kapuna or people outers block or impede your path, because you have a young spirit, and you guys can do something our generation couldn't, and that's unify. With social media and anything, like if all of your college kids or one high school did it, you guys would outdo all of us, because look at all the adults who care in this room. We have 1 million population. You're 1 in 1 million people who's willing to stand up, and I encourage that. I wish more people like you would do this. And this is a nomination job. I don't think you get paid for this one. So I'm glad you're doing stuff else. But with my time, I would inspire you. And Chair, just for the rest, you know, I testified in every single testimony, but I'm actually tearing up behind this mask when I'm seeing these future generations. And I'll stand by the rest of the testimony to, you know, as I submit it to you guys to save everyone time. So with the last 10 seconds I got left, like He-Man Masters of the Universe said, instead of I have the power, it's we have the power. Chee-hoo. Yeah, you, Luca. All right, love you. Aloha.
Aloha. Next, we have Eduardo Hernandez.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I will stand representing the Hawaii Bicycling League. I will stand on my written testimony. I do want to add, though, this week, Honolulu Civil Beat came out with a report citing transportation barriers and cited a report by Appleseed Center for Law and Justice, and they really highlighted the need for a youth vote, a youth representation, and Luca certainly brings that. He would be a valued member of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next, we have Dale Vanderbrink.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay, is there anybody else who'd like to testify on the nominee? Seeing none, members were in discussion. Councilmember Tupola, followed by Cordero.
Aloha, Luca. Thank you for being here. And of course, thank you for your enthusiasm and your background and introducing your mother. I'm glad that she's here as well. And so I know we had discussion in the committee, and I might have different thoughts than others because I am a mom and I do have a kid same age as you. So it's so exciting to see the youth come up and, of course, be in leadership positions. My main concern was that you're going to school on the East Coast coming this fall and that your young college career is just launching. And so my feelings are the same, and I wanted to express my gratitude towards your mother who's here, that my concern was being on a commission while you live on the East Coast and you're away. And of course, just wanting you to just enjoy your college life, especially freshman year, as it's so impactful for your life. So today, respectfully, no, but I know that there's enough votes that you're probably going to be on the commission, but I just wanted to be consistent with my thoughts and of course, encourage you in everything that you're doing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair,
Councilmember
if I may add real quick. Very quickly.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I actually, over the past week or so, I did a bit of a deep dive just looking at the last 4 years of the commission meeting, and I totaled that all up into some averages. In 2026, they've met 2 times so far. 2025 was 3 times. 24, I believe, was 5, and 2023 was 7. And the average time each meeting was about 2 hours long, and if I spent about an hour long, you know, prepping for each meeting, it'd be only about like an hour a month. total work towards the commission.
No, I appreciate
I totally
that.
understand your concern.
I think
I
just
really appreciate it.
in general, we like when our commissioners are integrated into our community, kind of like what Councilmember Kiana said about the former appointee. She lives in Waimanalo, they're farming. There's just a lot of work on the ground that we love doing with our community members. And of course, I know you're a big part of what's already been going on, but I think in totality, of course, my concern is the time difference. And I know you're so dedicated, but those are my thoughts. And thank you for respecting that. And I respect you as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you, Chair. Not only am I the transportation chair, but I have been able to see the nominee, appointee, at many transportation conversations and community events, as well as just efforts to ensure that there's equitability in the transit space. So not only do I hope to see him bring a youth voice to the active transportation to the Rate Commission, but I think it will allow for the Rate Commission to adequately represent the actual riders that are riding on Oahu. A lot of them are people a lot younger than Luca. Luca now is an adult, and I hope that while he has made decisions to come to these meetings while he was in high school and get even at UH West Oahu taking some courses, that he will make those tough decisions to be able to dedicate his time to the Rate Commission. As an adult, Luca, I know that if you find that hard, you have to ensure you look at yourself as well as work with the council to make that decision to circle back with us and be like, hey, I can't handle it anymore. And that's the grown-up thing to do as well. So with that, you have my full support. Thank you for not just being an advocate, but a strong person to have a conversation with, whether we are on the same page or not. So continue to do that, not just for the Rate Commission, but for the Raider community on Oahu. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. And Luca, wanted to just maul you again for stepping forward and being willing to serve in this volunteer role. Continue to strongly support your appointment. I'm just thinking, who do I know that knows more about transportation policy than you? And no one comes to mind, of course. I'd say be on par at least with folks at our Department of Transportation Services, and just your commitment to good policy, while at the same time having such a approachable, respectful, genuine demeanor, I think would bring such great value to the commission. I mean, we've even had conversations with different stakeholders just about how to advance and improve systems, and we've had successes. And then, of course, there's still some stuff we're working on in terms of routing and access to transportation. But just the way you've navigated that has impressed me so much. And of course, even at the the times you are away, I know you're heavily integrated into the transportation community. And so in addition to bringing the youth perspective that's so needed, I know that you'll also have, the ability to tap into the breadth of that knowledge that exists in our community. And so very excited and hope that the resolution moves forward. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I just want to add to that, I'm very impressed by you. Transportation is your thing. And there's no doubt that despite the fact that you're going to college, is not going to be a problem. But I understand what people are concerned, but just wish you the best of luck. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I want to point out the objection by Councilmember Tupola. Any other objections? Seeing none, CR 176-2026 and Resolution 26-143 CD1 has been adopted. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you so much.
Moving to the top of page 7, Vice Chair Tupola.
Chair, I move the first reading items listed on pages 7 through 10 of the agenda pass first reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Tupola for the explanation.
Bill 42, 2026, to amend a portion of the state land use district boundary map Kahuku Quadrangle from the agricultural district to the urban district for certain land situated in the Ko'olauloa Development Plan Area, Laie, Oahu, Hawaii. Bill 43, 2026, to rezone land situated at Pa'alakai, Wailua, Oahu, Hawaii. Bill 44, 2026, relating to revenues and funds. Bill 45, 2026, relating to real property taxation. Bill 46, 2026, relating to real property taxation. Bill 47, 2026, relating to the motor vehicle weight tax. Bill 48, 2026, relating to condemnation. Bill 49, 2026, relating to revenues and funds. Bill 50, 2026, relating to funds.
Thank you so much. We have a number of registered testifiers on each bill, starting with Bill 42. I believe Shelby Billionaire has left the building. Bill 43. Shelby Billionaire. Nope. Bill 44. Why don't I start over? It looks like Shelby Billionaire is testify for, or signed up to testify on each one. Bill 42. Is there anybody who'd like to testify on Bill 42? Seeing none, thank you. Moving to Bill 43. Any testifiers on Bill 43? Seeing none. Moving to Bill 44.
Oh, Mr. Chair, we have remote testifiers with their hand raised.
On Bill 44?
I believe so.
Okay, please proceed.
Aloha, Chair.
Aloha, please proceed.
Hi, Raquel Achu, North Shore, Wailuamoku. I'm actually wanted to testify on Bill 43
Okay, please proceed.
for the property in Wailua. I am vice chair of the North Shore Neighborhood Board. We did take this matter under review and we did support it. Anyone that knows me knows I do not ever like to change zoning on ag lands. However, this property is an extremely great exception. It has never been fully used to its potential in that space and is now surrounded by a support facility by HECO. And the landowner's intent right now is to just make improvements to the existing space and the structures and to be able to acquire financing for that. This change was necessary to be successful in that. I have been able to visit the property more than once, a few times in different phases of their project. They've stayed very true to their word and their intent and for their family and to their tenants, I might add. When they purchased the property, they kept their original tenants and kept the rents extremely reasonable, if not unchanged. So we're very supportive of this ohana in their future within our community and good stewards of any space. Mahalo.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify on Bill 43? I know Natalie Iwasa's hand is up. Good morning, Ms. Iwasa. Are you here on Bill 43 or Bill 45?
Oh, 44, please.
44, please proceed.
Thank you. Bill 44 would reallocate city transient accommodations tax, the 8.34%, from one special fund into two new special funds and the zoo fund. I oppose this. As you know, special funds reduce our budgeting flexibility and add complexity to the city finances, and therefore ask you to not pass this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other testifiers on Bill 44? Seeing none, moving on to Bill 45. Natalie Iwasa was on 45 as well?
Yes, thank you.
Please proceed.
I oppose Bill 45. Oh, Natalie Iwasa for the record. I oppose Bill 45. It would increase the regular homeowner exemption from $140,000 to $160,000 effective July 1st, 2028. And the exemption was just increased. So adding another $20,000 to it further widens the gap between the rental properties that are under $1 million and then as well as the residential A. It increases that difference by $70. It just puts additional pressure on other tax groups who end up subsidizing these exemptions. So I oppose this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Anybody else on Bill 46?
Mr. Chair, we have
Oh,
remote
Ted
testifier.
Kafalas, aloha, welcome. Please proceed.
Aloha, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Tupola, members of the council. My testimony is on Bill 45, but also Bill 46. I can wrap them both into one if you'd like.
Perfect.
So this bill raises the property tax homeowner exemption for residents. Bill 45 raises it for residents under the age of 65, $20,000. It'll now go from $140,000 to $160,000. We are in support of this bill. The $20,000 increase is worth about $70 a year in savings for a homeowner at the current rate. And this isn't the first time, as Ms. Iwasa noted, this isn't the first time that the council has taken this step. The exemption was increased again last year and then raised once again in 2023. A new ordinance, though, roughly every 2 to 3 years, just to keep pace with rising assessments and inflation, is, I think that's telling. And I think rather than coming back to the table again and again every couple of years to raise this rate, we do hope that the council will consider indexing this to inflation in future years. Similarly, with Bill 46, this is just to increase the homeowner exemption for the kupuna. As we all know, kupuna live on fixed incomes, which makes them especially exposed to higher assessments when they raise faster than inflation and even just inflationary costs. So we do encourage the council to pass this, and we hope that similarly with Bill 45, that this bill also would include an index to inflation. In the meantime, we support both of these bills. Mahalo for your consideration. Aloha.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify on Bill 46? Bill
Mr. Chair, we have a remote testifier with their hand raised.
Oh, that's right. Please proceed, Dylan.
Aloha, Chair Waters. I was actually raising my hand for Bill 45, just to be clear.
Please proceed.
In the interest of time, I would refer to the words of old acquaintance Natalie Iwasa. I concur with her testimony. You can consider her testimony as my own for the record, and I will be following up in the future with substantive testimony at future hearings. Mahalo.
Thank you. Moving on to Bill 47, I believe Dale Vanderbrink registered to testify. Bill 47.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay. Any other testifiers in Bill 47? Ted Kafalas, please come forward.
Aloha, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Tupola, members of the committee. Ted Kafalas with Grassroot Institute. Apologize in advance. You guys are probably going to see a lot of me today. But this bill, we're in support of Bill 47. This bill cuts the Honolulu motor vehicle weight tax by 1.5 cents per pound. And right now, our vehicle weight tax is 7 cents per pound. That's by far the highest of any county in the state. Maui is the next highest at 3.5 cents. Kauai is at 2 cents. And Big Island is at 1.5 cents. So this is on top of the state's own weight tax and highway beautification fee. But just to put it into concrete terms, I mean, this is going to save the average person anywhere from like $45 to $65. And this is not life-changing for most residents, but it is coming at a time when gas prices continue to increase. And getting around Hawaii is just difficult. It's continuing to squeeze budgets all across Oahu. So we do think that this is real relief that can happen today. And so we support this bill and urge you to pass it. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any other testifiers on Bill 47?
Mr. Chair, we have a remote testifier with their hand raised.
Natalie Iwasa, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Natalie Iwasa for the record. So just for clarification, my prior testimony was on Bill 45. I'd like to testify on Bill 46, please.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. Bill 46 is similar to Bill 45 in that it increases the exemption for certain homeowners, those over 65. It goes from $180,000 to $200,000. And the preamble to this bill states that we have a lot of low-income seniors. I wanted to point out that there is a real property tax credit for low-income people. And when you increase the exemption for one person, you increase it for all the ones in this particular group, and not all of them are low income. So it ends up costing other taxpayers more. The other thing that this bill does is it removes the in lieu of exemption, which I don't think there are very many people in that group anymore. I support that, and that was actually a recommendation by the Real Property Tax Advisory Committee, I think over a decade ago, so I'm glad to see that go. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. Would you also like to testify on Bill 47?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other testifiers on Bill 47? Seeing none, 48? Bill 48. Do we have anybody who'd like to testify on Bill 48?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Bill 49. Bill 49.
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Bill 50.
Mr. Chair, we have a remote testifier.
Bill 50. Ted Kufalas. Bill 50.
Dylan Armstrong, Mr. Chair.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Council, Ted Kafalis, Grassroots Institute of Hawaii, in support of Bill 50. So this is just a housekeeping measure, but it's a useful one. So the city created the Land Conservation Fund back in 2005 to support conservation efforts. Then in 2007, just 2 years later, created a second fund, the Clean Water and Natural Lands Fund, to do essentially the same job. So since then, that second fund has received the overwhelming share of conservation dollars, where the original fund has sat largely redundant. Bill 50 repeals this outdated fund and directs BFS to transfer any remaining budget into the fund that's actually doing the work. So this is not going to reduce conservation funding. It simply eliminates the duplicate bookkeeping and paperwork for any city staff maintaining two overlapping funds instead of one. So this is exactly the kind of cleanup that the council should be doing more of, and we welcome any further efforts to repeal outdated or redundant provisions in the city code. We support this bill. Aloha.
Thank you. Anybody else on Bill 50? Bill 50.
Mr. Chair, we have remote testifiers.
Oh, okay. Let's start with Dylan Armstrong, followed by Natalie Wasa.
Mahalo, Chair. I always maintain an open mind, particularly as to bureaucratic funding programs. I have previously worked with them, including in my stint at the state legislature as a committee clerk. Nonetheless, having been a grants manager with the state as well, I would say that it's great to simplify bureaucracy, but I remain unconvinced that we don't need additional funds in this very strange and restrictive time when real estate is more expensive, our city is more crowded, and climate change is getting more erratic and severe. I could elaborate, but unfortunately I have only 20 seconds, and this is also something we can continue at a future meeting. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next is Natalie Iwasa.
Thank you, Chair. Natalie Iwasa for the record. Yeah, so as previously stated, this particular bill repeals the Land Conservation Fund. I support this. And I guess this is a really good example of when we have so many special funds that we tend to forget that there's another fund out there and money. I don't know how much is sitting in this fund currently, but it sometimes gets unused and then we can't use it for other needed purposes. So I highly support this. I wanted to thank the introducer for consistently introducing these types of measures that repeal outdated ordinances or parts of ordinances. That's my testimony. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else on Bill 50? Seeing none. Members, we are in discussion. Councilmember Kia Aina.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to comment on a previous testifier who opposed Bill 44, which is a bill that I introduced relating to a current law whereby 8.3% of the transient accommodation tax revenues goes into a fund at the Department of Budget and Fiscal Services to be used to mitigate the impacts of visitors in public facilities and natural resources including the restoration, operations, and maintenance of beaches and parks. This is not exclusively included just for the Department of Parks and Recreations, but any other department. But having said that, since its inception, I have had concerns of the manner of how the Department of Budget and Fiscal Services has overseen this. And so my bill does not create new funds. It simply allocates it to certain funds that currently exist. And that would be 65% would go to the Parks Maintenance and Recreation Services Revolving Fund, 10% to the Botanical Gardens and Urban Forestry Revolving Fund, and 25% to the Honolulu Zoo Fund, all existing funds. So I know that we're hoping to have a hearing next week, both on this measure as well as Councilmember Tupola's measure, and I welcome the dialogue with regard to how we could more strategically target these funds that were specifically set aside to mitigate the impact on natural resources to the appropriate departments. It is no more than that. It is not creating a new fund, and it is rectifying, I feel, a looser oversight that in the management of these funds, and we want it. We were the ones who put it in. The council was the one that put it in, and I think the time is now to better manage those funds, specifically in funds set aside for these departments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just want to echo my support of Councilmember Kiana's comments and my gratitude for her introduction in Bill 44 and for the clarification on any opposition that's been posed towards it, because again, Bill 44, Bill 49, both of them are not introducing anything new. So Bill 49 is also in regards to the TAT. I introduced it with Budget Chair Okimoto, but basically it's divvying out right into different funds, parks maintenance, recreation services, as well as botanical gardens. But it's a huge deal that most of the most beautiful places that people come to on this island, we're in charge of it. We're the ones who maintain it. We're the ones who own it. So again, with the amount of visitors that we have, those impacts need to be mitigated somehow. And so I do believe that this is the right direction to go with the TAT funds in the 8% area of it, because these are the places that people love to visit. And it's probably one of the places that all of us struggle with. It's how do we keep them up? How do we keep them beautiful? How do we keep them maintained? Not just because our residents are visiting it, but because visitors are visiting it on a regular basis. This past weekend during 4th of July, I actually got to see all down Nanakuli, hundreds of families camping and enjoying our beach parks. And a lot of that is because over these 6 years, myself, my office, and some community members, we've been working on cleaning our beach parks, restoring it. And it really brought tears to my eyes because as Native Hawaiians, we love gathering spaces. We want our communities to gather. We want our families to gather. And guess where they gather? At our parks. They gather in our open spaces. So I do believe this is the right direction for the TAT, but I look forward to more discussion in committee on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members, for any of the first reading items? I just want to make one point. Today, we've agendized affordability measures designed to put money back into the pockets of Honolulu residents. Bill 45 and Bill 46 address property taxes. This council has held the line on property tax rates, but many homeowners are still paying more because their property values continue to rise. Families are not trying to profit from their homes, they simply want to stay in them. These bills increase the homeowner's exemption to $180,000 and the Kupuna homeowner exemption to $200,000. That lowers the taxable value of the owner's occupied homes. Bill 47 reduces the annual vehicle registration fees by 20%. For most Oahu families, the car is a necessity. Lower registration fees means real savings that households will see year after year. And I look forward to a vibrant discussion in the Budget Committee. Any objections or reservations to any measures on pages 7 through 10? Seeing none, the first reading items on pages 7 through 10 on the agenda have passed first reading. Thank you, members. Moving to page 11 from the Committee on Budget, Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. I move that Committee Report 16226 be adopted and Bill 29, 2026 pass second reading.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Okimoto for the explanation.
Relating to real property taxation.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, do we have We have one registered testifier, sorry, Natalie Wasso.
Thank you, Chair. Natalie Wassa for the record. Just a comment. I don't quite understand why a mortgage document is being inserted into this bill. Mortgage documents, as far as I'm aware, don't include any information on income levels. So I don't know how you could, or how the administration could verify the income levels or, the rent being charged with that particular document. And I also wanted to mention, given that you folks are looking at, 4 or 5 different bills dealing with real property taxes, I think would be a good time to consider another real property tax advisory commission or a permitted interaction group, because I feel that really what we need to do is look at the entire system. There are some inequities there, and some of the taxes are simply not fair. And so I would ask that that be done rather than this kind of piecemeal approach at trying to get at different groups to help them out with their real property taxes. So thank you for allowing me to testify. Those are my comments.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify on Bill 29?
Mr. Chair, we have a remote testifier with their hand raised.
Please proceed. Raquel, it's you.
Mahalo. I'll just short and sweet in general, property tax. We've got to find a way to really impact the way our kupuna are taxed on their long-term generationally owned properties. They're on the North Shore, we are paying the highest tax of anyone. We have the most limited amount of services, and our kupuna are struggling to keep their properties at the rates that they're doing now. Maui County has done it. Hawaii County, I believe, is reviewing a plan to assist our kupuna in a flat rate type of situation. I just strongly urge that we try to entertain some kind of accommodation for our kupuna that are able to afford their taxes on their minimum incomes. Thank you so much. Aloha.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify on Bill 29?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero.
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina.
Aye.
Councilmember Nishimoto. Councilmember Okimoto.
Aye.
Councilmember Toba.
Excused.
Councilmember Tupola.
Aye.
Councilmember Wire.
Aye.
Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 member is present.
Thank you. CR 162, 2026 has been adopted, and Bill 29, 2026 has passed second reading. Moving to the bottom of page 11, Councilmember Okimoto.
I move that Committee Report 16326 be adopted and Bill 40, 2026, CD1, as amended, pass second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember
Okay.
Okimoto for the explanation.
Relating to real property taxation.
Thank you. I believe Natalie Wassa has registered to testify. Please proceed.
Thank you, Natalie Wassa, for the record. I really appreciate this effort to consider that homeowner or people who purchase homes that are in the high residential A classification might end up paying that tax for over a year because of the way that deadlines work and the timing of the purchase. However, this particular bill doesn't even consider that potential homeowners who want to buy a single-family home that is affordable would fall into the same trap. So this is a very narrowly crafted bill that targets just a certain amount of people. And I think it's really worth noticing that Director Kawano stated the first fiscal year, which is the current fiscal year, that this would go into effect it would cost $650,000. So he stated that can be made up elsewhere in the budget. However, going forward, this is going to be a continued cost. And then that puts, again, another burden on all of the other taxpayers. So rather than doing this narrowly crafted type of bill, I would ask that you remove the residential A classification altogether. It is a very terrible tax for anybody who wants to purchase a home that is over $1 million. And we just found out the other day that now the median price of a home is over $1.2 million. I mean, the residential A falls into the $1 million or above. So more and more homes, and eventually a lot of condos, will be falling into that classification. So I know the city budget director is very concerned about the revenue and wants to keep it. The city is addicted to those funds. As a way to replace that, we should be looking at reducing and removing our exemptions. And there are a lot of organizations in that quote unquote charitable classification that aren't charitable. They're labor unions, business leagues, 501c4s, 501c6s, all types of other organizations other than 501c3. So I ask you to look at that rather than trying to just target and put in a Band-Aid. I see this as a Band-Aid. I do appreciate it, but I see it as a Band-Aid approach to a problem that we have that is much larger. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify on Bill 40?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 163 2026 has been adopted and Bill 40 2026 CD1 has passed second reading. Moving to the top of page 12 from the Committee on Housing, Homelessness, and Parks, Councilmember Tupola.
I move that Committee Report 167, 2026 be adopted and Bill 18, 2026 CD1 as amended pass second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tupola for the explanation.
Relating to affordable housing.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have a remote testifier standing by.
Okay. Is that Roxanne Bolden?
Yes, it is.
Okay, please proceed.
Hi, thank you, Chair Waters and council members. My name is Leland Brady, testing on behalf of Roxanne Bolden, Executive Director of ALOHA Independent Living Hawaii, the statewide Center for Independent Living. We support Bill 18's goal. Oahu needs this housing and disabled residents need it most. But CD1 makes the program bigger while deleting its accessibility protections. It doubles lot sizes and lifts the height cap, and at the same time removes every elevator requirement, including the 30-foot requirement this council's own committee approved in March. In a walk-up, federal law reaches only the ground floor. Every unit above it is closed to wheelchair users and to many kupuna permanently from the day it is built. UHeroes report found the real barrier is permitting 661 days on average, not elevators. Deleting accessibility won't shorten the queue. It just guarantees the units that do not get built exclude us. And an affordable rent at this bill's 100% AMI ceiling is $2,850, nearly 3 times a monthly SSI check. Because this bill returns to committee after today, we ask you to restore the 30-foot elevator requirement, require an accessible route and 1 accessible parking or loading space, and anchor affordability where disabled renters actually live. Build accessibility in from the first unit. Mahalo.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify on Bill 18? Ted Kavalas. Aloha, welcome.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Council, Ted Kafalis with Grassroot Institute of Hawaii in support of Bill 18 with 3 amendments for your consideration. So Bill 7 has been one of the city's tools for producing affordable housing units. And it offers builders relaxed zoning, tax breaks, fee waivers in exchange for keeping 80% of the units affordable. Bill 18 would expand that program, and it allows projects in business districts, allows doubling the lot size to 40,000 square feet and adding flexibility on height. That really matters because Honolulu needs over 27,000 new units by 2027 in order to keep up with demand. We would ask that the council consider strengthening this bill in 3 different ways. One, restoring the TOD language so that projects near frequent bus services can build more units. I think most people here are in support of transit-oriented density and development. Also looking at adopting DPP's suggestion to set the height limit at 75 feet or the underlying zoning district, whichever is greater, rather than just limiting it to 60 feet. And then extending the program's 2030 sunset date. Because right now, with the permitting issues that we've all seen and heard of, having a sunset of 2030 just increases uncertainty. If a builder wants to build a project, it may not get permitted in time. So we do support this bill, and we hope that you consider these amendments. Mahalo for your consideration.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Councilmember Tupola.
Just real briefly, I'll be making comments based upon some of the things you brought up when we get into discussion. But thank you, Mr. Kafalas, on your insight.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify on Bill 18? Seeing none, members, we are in discussion. Councilmember Tupola.
I'll let Councilmember Kiana go first, and then I'll go after her.
Okay, Councilmember Kia Aina.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I know that there were several measures, including mine, which I had introduced to just express voice of people in my community with regard to Bill 7 projects. Bill 18, I greatly appreciate what Councilmember Tupola has done to try to pull all of the proposals together and talking to stakeholders, but nevertheless, I do have grave concerns over the requirement that it would be maximum height of 60 feet or the underlying zoning, whichever is greater. And so in its current form, I do have concerns that it is, that this seems to be a push to transform the original intent of Bill 7 projects from low-rise apartment buildings on small zoning lots to as of right medium and large developments that can be built quickly and that I feel could be more appropriately handled through the 201H process. Having said that, as this project moves forward, I'm hoping that with changes, you know, I might be able to look at the merits for other districts, but I do know for mine, with regard to the Ko'olapoko sustainability plan, I would like for that plan and any other plan on Oahu that is a sustainability plan as opposed to a development plan to be exempted by the coverage of Bill 7 projects. And I look forward to the dialogue. And, you know, I appreciate, again, the hard work that Councilmember Tupola has put into it, but I will be voting no on this.
Thank you. Councilmember Tupola.
Well, first off, thank you everyone for your comments. There were a few in person, but there's actually a lot that were submitted and ongoing throughout the hearings and in between hearings. I'm taking a lot of meetings from different people about this bill, so thank you. Thank you everyone for your insight and of course for your input. Bill 18 is meant to shape Chapter 32 or Bill 7 projects. As we heard in the March Zoning Committee, 6 are done, 6 that have certificate of occupancies. However, 189 units have been delivered, and since then, 16 projects are under construction with building permits in hand, and 35 are sitting in review. And DPP's numbers show that 28 of the 35 are actually sitting with the applicant and not with us, so not on delays on our part. 7 years in, and we are still counting in the hundreds when obviously Hawaii needs thousands. We've had great ideas come out of this council. Council members Okimoto Wire introduced Bill 4 with grant program to bridge the financing gap, trying to expedite the program. Councilmember Scott Nishimoto and Kia'aina introduced Bill 17, responding to concerns from constituents that have raised their issue about the buildings not matching neighborhood zoning. And of course, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam introducing Bill 72 last year, expanding density, repealing outdated lot and unit size caps. As housing chair, I've tried to take every one of those ideas seriously and keep one goal in front of me the whole time. We are building communities, not developments. I want to tell you why that matters to me, because I actually grew up in Makiki when my dad was going to law school. And I lived on Liho Liho Street in one of the small little two-story walk-ups that's still there and has been there for decades. And I remember the families that live there, and I actually keep in touch with some of them still till today. A lot of our Bill 7 developers are taking their projects that seriously, where they host barbecues with their tenants. They're trying to build friendships and not just trying to collect rent. And I think that's what really is going to help the city and county of Honolulu, not units, but relationships. So here's what I've done since the last hearing. I've sat down with developers, I walked through project sites. What I haven't done yet is sit down with the neighbors living next to those buildings, and I'm committing to doing that with Councilmember Nishimoto and his constituents before the bill comes back. I won't be listing it at the next hearing or anything. I also read Yuhiro's preliminary report that was supposed to be about specifically Bill 7 projects, but it was rather a very broad take at all affordable housing efforts from the city. So I sent their researcher a 4-page letter laying out where I needed the specificity. He's been traveling, but we're in touch. I'm going to make sure that that's back before we hear this bill again in committee. The most useful conversation I've had so far was only recently with Director Donna Puna. DPP came with a good 12 pages of insight in this last committee, which was the first time I got their input. So we had a good meeting yesterday, and we're going back and forth on suggestions they have, as they are the administrators of this program. They have probably the most valid day-to-day feedback that we could take in as a council. I hope Bill 18 is a true testament to our commitment to housing, that we maximize community without overwhelming neighborhoods, that we maximize relationships without severing the historic parts of this town. We love Honolulu, and we hope that this will make it better for the families here now and for the ones that are still to come. So mahalo to my housing committee and to the council members for your support on Bill 18. I'm looking forward to even more improvements. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero.
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina.
No.
Councilmember Nishimoto.
No.
Councilmember Okimoto.
Aye.
Councilmember Toba.
Excused.
Councilmember Tupola.
Aye.
Councilmember Wire.
Aye.
Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 6 ayes, 2 noes, and 1 member is absent.
Thank you. CR 167-2026 has been adopted, and Bill 18-2026 CD1 has passed second reading. Moving to the bottom of page 12, Councilmember Tupola.
Chair, I move that Committee Report 168-2026 be adopted and Bill 30-2026 CD1 as amended pass second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tupola for the explanation.
Relating to public parks.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you so much. This is one of a handful of bills I introduced recently as a part of a parks package. I worked with Director Thielen on this, and we do care about their department succeeding. They tell us what's hindering their success, and then as legislators, we try to get to work and modernize the law so that the government can work for the people. In a lot of our parks, we see vandalism, illegal camping, and too often our response is the same. We spend hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to eradicate problems over and over, which isn't sustainable. What we really need in our parks is transformation, bringing back life, bringing back community, and bringing back food. Can you imagine some of our underutilized parks with a regularly operating farmers market? I'm excited about that. It transforms our parks into positive community gathering spaces instead of places that we're constantly policing. We talk a lot about security, food security in Hawaii, growing our own food, using the sunshine we're blessed with to sustain our families. And not everyone has a garden or even a green thumb. So supporting our farmers who are keeping our agricultural lands in use is how we can still support that same goal. I want to mahalo Kathleen Pahinui from North Shore Neighborhood Board who suggested this, and mahalo the farmers and community organizations who will bring these markets to life. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero.
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina.
Aye.
Councilmember Nishimoto.
Excused.
Councilmember Okimoto.
Aye.
Councilmember Toba.
Excused.
Councilmember Wire. Chair Waters.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Tupola.
Aye.
Councilmember Wire. Sorry, Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 6 ayes and 2 members are absent.
Thank you. CR 168-2026 has been adopted and Bill 30-2026 CD1 has passed second reading. Councilmember Tupola.
I move that Committee Report 169-2026 be adopted and Bill 31-2026 CD1 as amended pass second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tupola for the explanation.
Relating to cultural sites in public parks.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members were in discussion. Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you so much. I just want to give a little background on this. Some years ago in 2022, I introduced a resolution naming Ku'ilioloa Heiau, which is located in Pokai Bay, which is a city and county park. And so this particular heiau was a navigational heiau and is actually one of the only kinds here on our island. It was said that historically was utilized between 1100 and 1200 AD, helping ancient canoes navigate from Hawaii to Tahiti. And so after we did the resolution to rename or to name the heiau so that people knew what was going on in the park, there still was a lot of vandalism. And, you know, to be honest, our parks workers, they work very hard, but this is kind of a very special situation where we have a sacred site within a park. So this bill was actually spearheaded and the brainchild of Carmen Guzman Simpliciano and her husband Joseph. They have been caretakers of this heiau at Pokai Bay, and actually there have been many other practitioners that have been trying to care for this. So the bill itself is for us to strengthen how we treat these sites in our city and county parks. And I want to just mahalo everyone for their support, especially the Parks Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero.
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina.
Aye.
Councilmember Nishimoto.
Excused.
Councilmember Okimoto.
Aye.
Councilmember Toba.
Excused.
Councilmember Tupola.
Aye.
Councilmember Wire.
Aye.
Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 7 ayes, 2 members are absent.
Thank you. CR 169-2026 has been adopted. Bill 31 CD1 has passed second reading. Councilmember Tupola.
I move that Committee Report 170-2026 be adopted, Bill 32-2026 CD1 as amended pass second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tupola for the explanation.
Relating to public parks, recreational facilities, and botanical gardens.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Tupola.
I'll make brief comments on both this and the next bill together. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero.
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam. Councilmember Kia Aina.
Aye.
Councilmember Nishimoto. Councilmember Okimoto.
Aye.
Councilmember Toba.
Excused.
Councilmember Tupola.
Aye.
Councilmember Wire.
Aye.
Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 7 ayes. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, there are 6 ayes and 2 members are absent. Sorry.
Thank you. CR 170-2026 has been adopted and Bill 32-2026 CD1 has passed second reading. Moving to the top of page 14, Councilmember Tupola.
I move that Committee Report 171-2026 be adopted and Bill 33-2026 CD1 as amended pass second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tupola for the explanation.
Relating to funds.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have a remote testifier with their hand raised.
Natalie Wassa, please proceed.
Thank you, Natalie Wassa for the record. This particular bill creates 2 new special funds for parks, the repairs and maintenance bill and fund, and then one for botanical gardens and urban forestry. And first of all, I'd like to thank Councilmember Kia Aina for clarification on Bill 44. When I read that bill, I got it mixed up with this particular bill in which a new fund is being created. It looks very similar to the one that is in Bill 44. With respect to the new funds, they will be funded by park permits, parking, entry fees, concessions, all that kind of stuff. part of the transient accommodations, as well as the current fund for the Waipio Peninsula Soccer Park and the Central Oahu Regional Park. And so those two funds would be repealed. The Botanical Gardens Fund would be funded by similar sources. And I oppose this just as I do many of the new special funds because it removes the flexibility in the budgeting process. And it adds to the complexity of our city financial affairs, you know, from recording the transactions in the records to the auditing to making sure that the funds are being used properly. You know, all of that is an administrative cost. And, you know, rather than setting up these special funds, we should be looking at using our general fund efficiently and for priorities such as our parks. So that's why I keep opposing these new funds. I just don't think that they're, in general, the way that we should be handling our very valuable city resources. So thank you, Chair. That's my testimony.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify on Bill 33? Seeing none, we're in discussion, members. Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Iwasa, for your testimony. Just for clarification, the funds that are listed, such as parks maintenance, et cetera, they're listed because they are in that section of the ROH, but they are not new funds and they are not being created. Specifically, Bill 33 is allowing us to deposit any fees that are charged into the Parks Maintenance Fund, just for clarity. So I will say that Bill 32 and 33 were both discussed by myself and Director Thielen because I asked why the grass does not get trimmed regularly. So it's a big issue, maybe not for other people, but when grass is super high, I get lots of calls, why can't people trim it? So she explained to me about the contracts. And one of the reasons why our contracts constantly lapse or get started late is because they were moving July 1 to June 30th every year. That's how they move. So as soon as the budget comes out July 1, then they start to RFP out the contract, then we get people on. But then if we don't use all of it, it lapses. So long story short, the way these two bills are working together is they are going to be able to do contracts over a long period of time because we will have an account that's specified for maintenance. Another reason why it's hard to compare something as simple as grass cutting in the budget is that when we talk about stream cleaning, drains, none of that is more important than, than grass cutting is not more important than that. So long story short, I think that these two things will suffice so that our parks can actually get the maintenance funds they need, but then also use it based upon contract timelines that don't have to stick to the annual fiscal budget. So I do want to say that Director Thielen has metaphorically and literally heard your cries about grass cutting, and I do believe that this is going to help us, not just with that, but many other parks maintenance issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting none, CR 171, 2026 has been adopted. Bill 33, 2026, CD1 is passed second reading. From the Committee on Infrastructure, Transportation, and Technology, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 142, 2026 be adopted and Bill 35, 2026, which relates to streets, sidewalks, malls, and other public places, pass second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero, thank you for the explanation. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members who are in discussion. Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Oh, Chair, there was testimony.
I'm sorry. Ted Kafales. My apologies. Please proceed.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry. I will try to keep my comments brief, but Ted Kafales with Grassroot Institute in support of Bill 35. This bill is just repealing old ordinances that will authorize curbside bank tellers to encroach onto public sidewalks. These provisions date back to when curbside tellers were actually a thing. I don't think anybody has really used one in the past maybe 20 years. So this is something that, the way we've banked has shifted. And this cleanup bill would have minimal, if any, practical effects on banks, credit unions, financial institutions. But what it does is it removes an obsolete provision that no longer serves a purpose. So we think this bill already builds on what council has already done with Ordinance 2522, which removed similar outdated provisions. And we do think this kind of code cleanup is worth continuing just because it makes the city code a lot easier to navigate. So we support this bill and appreciate your consideration. Aloha.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify on Bill 35? Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero.
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Aye.
Councilmember Kiaina.
Aye.
Councilmember Nishimoto. Councilmember Okimoto.
Aye.
Councilmember Toba.
Excused.
Councilmember Tupola.
Aye.
Councilmember Wire.
Excused.
Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 7 ayes and 2 members are absent.
Thank you. CR 142, 2026 has been adopted. Bill 35, 2026 is passed second reading. Moving to the top of page 15, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that committee report 175, 2026 be adopted and Bill 41, 2026, which relates to transportation, pass second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero, thank you for the explanation. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, yes, we do.
I believe Dylan Armstrong has registered to testify.
Mahalo, Chair Waters, Dylan Armstrong again. I am testifying in support, and the reason I'm not simply standing on my testimony is that I think the big picture needs to be addressed as to why these sorts of bills are necessary. When you think about how you interact with the sidewalk or pedestrian infrastructure, and every single resident of Honolulu who drives, who is in a wheelchair, who bikes, uses pedestrian infrastructure, whether or not it's just from your car through the parking lot or whether it's your main commute. You need to reduce, as lawmakers, the variability of that experience for Honolulu residents, because the variability is the stress known as LOTS, level of traffic stress. And if you can do that, you're going to make it safer for kupuna to be able to independently go about their business in their own neighborhoods with dignity. You're going to be able to encourage children to walk safely in their own communities. Safe Routes to Schools is a program that we could talk about, but this bill specifically is establishing what is not allowed, among other things. And unfortunately, for a lot of us who are primarily pedestrians when we can be, it's a lot of these transportation devices that actually introduce the unsafe variability of using pedestrian infrastructure, partly because of speeding, partly because of reckless use of those devices, and partly because of lack of enforcement. You're strengthening the enforcement, you're making it easier for HPD et al. To create consistent conditions to encourage what we all want, a better transportation system. Mahalo.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to testify on Bill 41? Bill 41. Seeing none, any discussion, members? Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero.
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Aye.
Councilmember Kiaina.
Aye.
Councilmember Nishimoto. Councilmember Okimoto.
Aye.
Councilmember Toba.
Excused.
Councilmember Tupola.
Aye.
Councilmember Wire.
Aye.
Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 7 ayes, 2 members are absent. 8 ayes, 2 members, 1 member is absent. Excuse me.
Thank you. CR 175, 2026 has been adopted and Bill 41, 2026 is passed second reading. Moving to the top of page 16, third reading item. From the Committee on Budget, Councilmember Okimoto.
Chair, I move the committee report 16126 be adopted and Bill 2025 CD1 as amended pass third reading.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Okimoto for the explanation.
Relating to funds.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
We have a remote testifier standing by, Mr. Chair.
I think is that Susan Young?
Yes, it is.
Please proceed.
Aloha Chair Waters, Vice Chair Tupola, and council members. I'm Suzanne Young, CEO for the Honolulu Board of Realtors. We are in strong support of Bill 20, which provides down payment assistance. One of the biggest barriers to homeownership besides housing supply is being able to come up with down payment for a home purchase. Many residents are already paying the equivalent of a mortgage for their monthly rent, and don't have access to down payment funds, and that prevents them from even considering becoming a homeowner. We thank the council for working to increase down payment opportunities for our local residents. Mahalo.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do I have any other testifiers on Bill 20?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Discussion? Councilmember Cordero?
Okay, thank you. Mahalo, Chair, and mahalo to the co-introducer, my co-introducer, Vice Chair Tupola. As Suzanne, as Ms. Young mentioned from the Honolulu Board of Realtors, this is an important measure as we move forward. You know, I'm grateful to the programs that we have with HHFDC, and especially here at the city, the home program and more that focuses on affordable, those of an affordable AMI, area median income. Hopefully with this measure, we are looking to look at the people who are in the middle as well, but who are still struggling to have support in purchasing a home. A lot of our services here at the city are funded by real property taxes, so it is pertinent that we support people becoming homeowners, and this is something that will help the cycle of making our city work. So I look forward to, I am also grateful for the conversation that we've had with the city's Department of Community Services. Vice Chair Tupola and I also met with Budget Director Kawano as well. There were really great discussions about what the program could look like moving forward through administrative rules, but also since we do have a good year-long time before this bill gets implemented, we will be able to hopefully work that out. But I'm grateful for the discussion, and I know it's been a priority of this council. Mahalo.
Thank you. Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you so much, and mahalo to my co-introducer. You know, we've spent years building buildings. I think it's time that we start building homeowners. If you've ever tried to own a home here, one of the hardest parts is having a down payment, and that's a wall that stops so many of our local families before they even get started. In the city, we put millions of dollars towards ground-up construction or the purchase of buildings. And at the end, after that process and all that money, we end up having a very small amount of people live there, and usually it's rentals. That's not wrong. We need to do that. But a building holds tenants, and as long as they pay rent, but a home holds a family. Births, funerals, birthday parties, grandkids growing up down the street. There is a difference in your life when you own a home and you get to raise your child in a community, in the home that you own. If we're serious about keeping our families intact, we have to be just as serious about ownership as we are about construction. This bill creates a revolving fund that goes directly to families. Because it's revolving, it doesn't stop with one project or one generation. The money comes back and gets loaned out again to the next family and the next. I want every local family to know that we stand with you and we want you to be able to stay together for generations. BFS and DCS asked us to defer this, and I want to address that directly. Bill 20 addresses the much needed gap, as mentioned by the co-introducer, the missing middle, for a down payment program that's going to go up to 140% AMI. HHFDC's program, as well as DCS, only helps up to 80% AMI. UHERO's 2026 Housing Fact Book tells us that all families that are trying to own a home are well above 80%. It's between 100 and 240%. And if you're at that AMI, then you're at the level that you're getting ready to purchase a home. So their program is highly underused. In fact, they said only 6 people applied for their program because it's kind of hitting the wrong income bracket. And so this program is different from that. It addresses a different gap. BFS also asked the co-introducer and myself where the funds would be coming out of. And we did look at various funds that are already here, which is the Home Repayment Fund, the Housing Development Special Fund, or the Affordable Housing Fund. However, there are charter specifications on all those funds that would make it impossible for us to use this program through that, which is why we're suggesting that a new one be made. But that is a separate piece of legislation. So I do believe that because this will be city funded, and again, it's a pilot, so it's only going to be till 2032. If it goes great, awesome. If it doesn't, we can discontinue it. But we do think that this is like a ladder of help. You know, some of our housing projects help 30%, then we hit 60, we hit 80. We think that we need to help the whole spectrum of renters come into home ownership in Honolulu, and that this is how we're going to help keep local families here for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero.
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina.
Aye.
Councilmember Nishimoto. Councilmember Okimoto.
Aye.
Councilmember Toba.
Excused.
Councilmember Tupola.
Aye.
Councilmember Wire.
Aye.
Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 member is absent.
Thank you. CR 161-2026 has been adopted, and Bill 20-2025 CD1 has passed third reading. Moving to the top of page 17 from the Committee on Budget, Councilmember Okimoto.
Chair, I move that Committee Report 16426 and Resolution 26-145 be adopted.
Been moved and seconded. Councilmember Okimoto for the explanation.
Authorizing the Director of Budget and Fiscal Services to issue and sell in one or more series not to exceed $205 million principal amount of general obligation bonds of the City and County of Honolulu for financing the amounts appropriated in certain capital budget ordinances of the City and County of Honolulu specified in such capital budget ordinances.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero.
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina.
Aye.
Councilmember Nishimoto. Councilmember Okimoto.
Aye.
Councilmember Toba.
Excused.
Councilmember Tupola.
Aye.
Councilmember Wire.
Aye.
Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 member is absent.
Thank you. CR 164-2026 and Resolution 26-145 has been adopted. Councilmember Okimoto.
Chair, I move that Committee Report 16526 and Resolution 26-146 be adopted.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Okimoto for the explanation.
Authorizing the Director of Budget and Fiscal Services to issue and sell in one or more series not to exceed $11 million principal amount of general obligation bonds of the City and County of Honolulu for financing the amount appropriated in Ordinance Number 26-13, also referred to upon its approval as Bill 23-2026, CD2 FD1, and as may be further amended, of the City and County of Honolulu for the purpose of financing capital losses of the Honolulu Rail Transit Project.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero.
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina.
Aye.
Councilmember Nishimoto. Councilmember Okimoto.
Aye.
Councilmember Toba.
Excused.
Councilmember Tupola.
Aye.
Councilmember Wire. Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 member is absent.
Thank you. CR 165-2026 and Resolution 26-146 has been adopted. Turning to the top of page 18, Councilmember Okimoto.
I move that Committee Report 16626 and Resolution 26-147, CD1 as amended be adopted.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Okimoto for the explanation.
Accepting a gift of transportation, lodging, meals, and registration fees valued at $5,600 to the city from the National Association of State Procurement Officials, NASPO, for 2 staff members from the city to attend the NASPO REACH conference and training event in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, any discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 166-2026 and Resolution 26-147, CD1 has been adopted. From the Committee on Housing, Homelessness, and Parks, Councilmember Tupola.
I move that Committee Report 91, 2026, Resolution 26-65 be adopted. Second.
Been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tupola for the explanation.
Urging the City Administration to restore the Mauna Lahilahi Cultural Garden by activating and implementing the Mauna Lahilahi Cultural Garden Master Plan.
Thank you. Is there a motion to amend? Councilmember Tupola.
I move that Resolution 26-65 be amended to the hand-carried FD1 identified as OCS 2026-0434/7/2026 at 2 p.m. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tupola for the explanation of the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. There has been passed out to all the council members a proposed FD1, letters A through F, that explains the technical changes to the resolution that are not substantive. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, any discussion? Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you so much. I want to thank Deputy Director Kehao Pu'u for working with us on this one. This resolution closes the gap between what was planned in 2010 and what the community has actually had to do for itself ever since. There was an environmental assessment back in 1999 when we had a master plan, and I even called the council member that represented my district just to get the historical background on why the city would purchase a mauna, an entire mountain. There was iwi kupuna discovered in 2007. There was a burial treatment plan in 2009, and then an archaeological site preservation plan in 2010. But since then, there has been no investment, no studies or development, and really the community has had to shoulder this burden for many, many years. I want to thank Malama Rising, specifically Ku'ulei Sampson, as well as Adam, who have both themselves as well as other caretakers gone every month for years to care for this mauna, and they're desperately waiting for it to become a botanical garden. I just really want to thank them, as well as all of the community members who, without very much help, have done so much. But I do believe that if the city steps in, we can really get to where we need to. I'm grateful for all of the committee members' support. We actually discussed this in committee some months ago, but we've been working on edits. So thank you for your patience. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any objections or reservations to the amendment? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 26-65 has been amended to the hand-carried FD1. Any objections or reservations to waiving Council Rule 19G, the 48-hour rule notice requirement? Noting no objections or reservations, the 48-hour notice has been waived. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting none, CR 91-2026 and Resolution 26-65 FD1 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 19. Members will be taking up the next three items together as they relate to gifts to the city. Councilmember Tupola.
I move that the committee reports and resolutions listed on pages 19 and 20 of the agenda be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tupola for the explanation of each item.
Committee Report 172-2026, Resolution 26-139, accepting a gift of $5,000 to the city from the Friends of Hawaii charity for the upkeep and maintenance of a Kahala Community Park. Committee Report 173-2026, Resolution 26-141, accepting a gift of cash in the amount of $5,000 to the city from Well Care to the development of Parks and Recreation for the 55th Annual Senior Citizens Valentine's Dance on February 6, 2026 at the Neil S. Blaisdell Center Exhibition Hall, and Committee Report 174-2026 and Resolution 26-148, accepting a gift of $6,750.67 to the city from Shinyo in Hawaii for the upkeep and maintenance of Ala Moana Regional Park.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Any discussion, members? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting none, CR 172-2026, CR 173-2026, and CR 174-2026, and resolutions 26-139, 26-141, and 26-148 have been adopted. Moving to the bottom of page 20, from the Committee on Infrastructure, Transportation, and Technology, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 177-2026 and Resolution 26-149, which approves the grant of perpetual subsurface easements to Hawaii Key Submarine Cable USA LLC within portions of the Kahe Point Beach Park, ʻEwa, Hawaii, tax map key number 19-2-049:001 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero, thank you for the explanation. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Any discussion, members? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 177-2026 and Resolution 26-149 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 21, from the Committee on International Legal Affairs, Councilmember Nishimoto.
I move that Committee Report 179 and Resolution 26-133, CD1 as amended, be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Nishimoto for the explanation.
This is a gift for the offices of the Managing Director.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, any discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting none. CR 179, 2026 and Resolution 26-133, CD1 has been adopted. Councilmember Nishimoto.
I move that the Committee Report 180 and Resolution 26-152 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Nishimoto for the explanation.
This is to retain the legal services of Kalama and Farm.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Any discussion, members? Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero.
Excused.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina.
Aye.
Councilmember Nishimoto. Councilmember Okimoto.
Aye.
Councilmember Tolba.
Excused.
Councilmember Tupola.
Aye.
Councilmember Wire. Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 7 ayes, 2 members are absent.
Thank you. CR 180, 2026 and Resolution 26-152 has been adopted. Turning to the top of page 22, Councilmember Nishimoto.
I move that Committee Report 181 and Resolution 26-153 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Nishimoto for the explanation.
This is to retain legal services of Kobayashi, Sagita, and Goda.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Any discussion, members? Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero.
Excused.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina.
Aye.
Councilmember Nishimoto. Councilmember Okimoto.
Aye.
Councilmember Tolba.
Excused.
Councilmember Tupola.
Aye.
Councilmember Wire. Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 7 ayes, 2 members are absent.
Thank you. CR 181, 2026 and Resolution 26-153 has been adopted. Councilmember Nishimoto.
I move that Committee Report 182 and Resolution 26-156 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Nishimoto for the explanation.
This is authorizing Corp Counsel to initiate legal action.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 182, 2026 and Resolution 26-156 has been adopted. Finally, I know you all been waiting for this. From the Committee on Zoning and Planning, Councilmember Kia Aina.
I move that Committee Report 188, 2026 and Resolution 26-134, CD1 is amended, be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution approves the expenditure of Clean Water Natural Lands funds to acquire a perpetual conservation easement over 12 parcels of land known as Ke Kipuka o Kalai Uila, tax map keys 156003, 001, 019, 020, 021, 022, 023, 024, 026, 030, 031, 046, and 049 in Kahuku, Oahu, Hawaii.
Thank you. I note that we have a number of registered testifiers, starting with Adam Lee. Is Adam Lee here? No, we can come back. Is Kavilakai Farant? Aloha, welcome. Followed by Adam Barello. Thank you for waiting patiently. Switched it? Okay, no problem. Aloha and welcome.
Aloha, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong support. I'll largely stand on my written testimony. We believe this is an amazing opportunity, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We appreciate the involvement of all of the various council members and community members that have been involved in making this possibility getting close to a reality. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but just to share with you, we have an amazing network of partnerships together with Trust for Public Land and ALOHA to together with the community and a network of other support organizations that have made our work and successful in other parts along the North Shore. And just to share with those of you council members that aren't familiar with us, the North Shore Community Land Trust was founded in 1997 with the mission to protect, steward, and enhance the natural landscapes, cultural heritage, and rural character of Ahapua'a from Kahuku to Ka'ena. Since our inception, we have raised over $70 million with partner organizations to protect over 4,000 acres along the North Shore. So this is an amazing opportunity to add to that, work closely with the community to maximize the wonderful things that can happen at Kalaiuila. Mahalo.
Thank you. And you're Adam Perello? Yes. All right. Thank you. Mr. Ferrant?
Aloha kako, o wau o kawela kai Ferrant, no paumalu ko olelo mayo. And I've worked with North Shore Community Land Trust as a stewardship and restoration specialist for the past 12 years. I'm testifying in strong support of this measure. Kalaiuila is a really amazing, beautiful property. As someone who's grown up in the nearby community, it would mean so much to me, and my ohana to have this place preserved and as a place for our community to access not only the beautiful natural ecosystems, but also the deep cultural significance, which relates to many mo'olelo, as well as various cultural sites, including Kalaiuila Heiau, for which this area gets its name, as well as Keana'akua, which was a ko'a, or a traditional fishing shrine. So there's very deep cultural and environmental and community significance to this parcel. So I strongly urge you all to support this measure. Mahalo.
Thank you. Is Reina Ramalete Hayashi here? Aloha and welcome.
Aloha Chair and Council members, mahalo for this incredible opportunity. My name is Reina Ramalete Hayashi. I'm with the Trust for Public Land. We've partnered with the City and County, as well as the Office of Hawaiian Affairs and North Shore Community Land Trust on a number of successful conservation projects over the years, and we're just so thrilled about Kalaiuila. It really is an incredible opportunity to protect a really pristine sand dune ecosystem. Probably it's the last parcel of its size, zoned Ag 2 Makai of the highway. There really is no other aina left like this on Oahu. So this is a really exciting and tremendous opportunity, and we'd love to partner with the city on this. We thank all of you for your incredible support and advocacy.
Thank you. Thank you all for your hard work. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify?
Chair?
Sorry, Councilmember Kia'aina.
Chair, thank you. Chair, I think it's critically important for me to be able to ask some questions of the testifier, because the Trust for Public Land was the coordinator and facilitator of all of the various partners to make this happen. We have received strong testimony in opposition from a testifier challenging the fiduciary duty of the City Council and unauthorized use of funds through this acquisition, saying that there is no valid contract negotiations that have been completed. So for the record, I simply wanted to ask a couple of questions to get on the record. Reina, can you explain the typical process for a successful conservation real estate transaction?
Yeah, so this is a very long and complicated process. It actually feels like a miracle when it does work, because so many different puzzle pieces have to align to have a successful project. One of the first things that needs to happen is you have to have a willing landowner, right? A willing seller. And so we're moving land from private hands into public stewardship. And you really need to have a willing seller. But at the application stage, when you're applying for funding, what you need is a willing seller letter. Typically, you do not get the land under contract until after you have secured funding. Given the listing price for this property, which is $28.8 million, you would imagine that it's very difficult to negotiate with any seller that has these kinds of expectations when you don't have proof of funds. And so really this step that that the council is taking today is very critical to putting us into a position of being able to get the property under contract. So funding is the first step.
Sure.
Contract and due diligence happens after.
Okay, so I just want to confirm that with regard to this fund, the Clean Water Natural Lands Fund requirement, it is, you do not have to have a contract with the seller during the funding stage. Is that correct?
That is correct. We do have a willing seller letter. We do not have a contract. And typically contracts like this will only happen at early stages when the seller is very much aligned with a conservation sale or acquisition, and that is very, very rare. With the private real estate market the way it is in Hawaii, we are competing against other buyers that have sometimes cash on hand and are willing to pay above market rates for properties like this on Oahu. So it is very rare to have a contract at this stage.
Sure. Thank you so much. Again, for the Clean Water Natural Lands Fund, is it a requirement that all due diligence efforts have to be conducted during the funding stage?
No, due diligence is not required at the funding application stage. It is something that happens after funds are authorized. So we for sure will partner closely with the city, with OHA and our other partners to do title review, to get an appraisal done, to do a phase 1 environmental site assessment, but it is very cost prohibitive for any nonprofit conservation organization to put in tens of thousands of dollars of funding into due diligence when we have no contract with the seller and no promise of funding. So like I said, this is a very critical first step.
And so please clarify, what does it mean for a project that a property is under contract with another buyer?
Yeah, so this property is under contract with another buyer. It has previously been under contract with another buyer. It did fall out of escrow previously. And so I think what that means is, if you pass this resolution and for some reason the current buyer is successful in buying the property, the city could still negotiate with that future landowner. It creates the opportunity for funding for the current owner to negotiate with them a potential deal, or any future landowner to negotiate with them a potential conservation deal. I think what it also shows is that one of the criteria of the fund is to show that the property is threatened with sale and development. The fact that this property has gone in and out of escrow a couple of times already shows how in demand and how special and unique this opportunity is, and really shows that level of threat. And so we really need the council's support to move quickly and urgently. I don't want to mislead anyone into thinking that we're going to be successful. Like I said, this is the first step to put us in a strong position with the current seller.
And my last question is, have you conveyed to the owner what is going on at the city council with regard to interest in purchasing this property?
Yes, I did just have a conversation with the seller's representative 2 days ago. So they are aware that we are moving forward.
And I'm assuming they are encouraged that we can continue to do this. So if everything pulls together, that we can make them an offer. Is that correct?
We would like to be able to make them an offer, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you so much. No further questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any follow-up questions? Seeing none. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify on this matter?
Mr. Chair, we have a remote testifier with their hand raised.
Okay, please proceed.
Mahalo, Chair. Raquel Achu, North Shore, Wailua Moku, in strong support of this measure. Although it is not my kuleana or in my moku, the work and the respect that our community has for the North Shore Community Land Trust and TPL and the people involved there with Mr. Borello and Mr. Front, it stands to their credibility and their integrity. And anytime that we're making efforts to perpetuate and conserve our lands, we're very supportive of. So I look forward to seeing this measure move forward. Mahalo.
Thank you so much. I believe there's another testifier, Elaine. I can't read the last name. Aloha and welcome.
Hi there, it's Elaine Chan. Aloha, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kia Aina, and members of the Honolulu City Council. My name is Dr. Elaine Chan. I am a practicing OB-GYN in Oahu, and I am testifying in full support of Resolution 26-151. Importantly, I am a settler here on these lands and waters, and I have had the opportunity to witness the ways in which Kanaka ʻEwa has stewarded and attempted to restore this land, where ʻEwa kapuna, cultural sites, and open space are being aimed to preserve for future generations. Being able to protect this land honors Hawaii's history, safeguards important cultural resources, and ensures that this place remains sacred and protected from future development. Therefore, I respectfully urge the Council to recommend adoption of Resolution 26-151, and mahalo for your continued support of protecting ʻEwa kapuna and preserving Hawaii's cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify on Resolution 26-134 CD1? Seeing none, members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Kia Aina.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank all of the entities who've pushed forward for this acquisition, starting for the Trust for Public Lands, the North Shore Community Land Trust, the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, the Clean Water and Natural Lands Advisory Commission, and the Clean Water and Natural Lands Fund staff, as well as the hundreds of community members who've been shepherding this project forward. I do want to say that this property is one of the last remaining intact coastal dune ecosystems on Oahu, which provides habitat to several native endangered species, contains cultural and historical sites, and includes significant watershed lands, forests, beaches, coastal areas, and agricultural lands. And we all collectively agree that it is vulnerable to speculation by private investment. And because it is agricultural lands, it's subject to being CPR'd and developed for housing. And so I think this is a culmination of years in the making, and I just want to thank everyone and urge my colleagues to get it to the finish line.
Thank you. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. Really just wanted to echo those sentiments and mahalo, of course, North Shore Community Land Trust, Trust for Public Land, Office of Hawaiian Affairs, for just pursuing such an amazing opportunity and helping get it over the finish line. And of course, one of mahalo zoning chair for so carefully going back and forth. I know there were different directions that it could go, so I'm so excited that we landed at a place where we can preserve this space and look forward to continued conversation. And again, similar to Chair's urge, the resolution be passed. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 188-2026 and Resolution 26-134 CD1 has been adopted. Congratulations and thank you all for your hard work. Moving to the bottom of page 23, Councilmember Kia Aina.
I move that Committee Report 189-2026 and Resolution 26-140 CD1 as amended be adopted.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Councilmember Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of travel and related expenses valued at $659.60 to the city from the County of Hawaii Planning Department for 3 Department of Planning and Permitting employees to participate at the Regional Planning Focus Group in Hilo, Hawaii, June 10th, 2026.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Any objections or any discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 189-2026 and Resolution 26-140 CD1 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 24, Councilmember Kia Aina.
I move that Committee Report 190-2026 and Resolution 26-151 CD1 as amended be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution approves the expenditure of Clean Water and Natural Lands funds to acquire a perpetual conservation easement over one parcel of land, tax map key 136-03006, CPRs 001-008, situated in Wailupe, Oahu, Hawaii.
Thank you so much. I believe we have a number of registered testifiers, starting with Jennifer Latham. followed by Wayne Tanaka.
Aloha. Thank you, Chair Waters and Vice Chair Kia Aina and council members. I'm a priest at Holy Nativity Church, was in the Wailupe area. And I've been walking alongside Pu'uhonua o Wailupe for about 4 years, praying with them, working on the Aina with them. And I wanted to just urge support for this resolution and just express how important it is to secure these sacred spaces for the future and for protecting iwi kupuna. And I urge you all to support. And I want to say also that aside from the protection of sacred spaces, this has also been a process that has been sacred with the community coming together, grassroots efforts of education and working together toward a goal of protection. So mahalo. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Wayne Tanaka available? Aloha, Mr. Tanaka, please proceed.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Tupola, members of the council, Wayne Tanaka Sir Club. We are in strong support. I have a lot of thoughts on this, but in the interest of time, I just want to say thank you so much to everyone who has worked for years in getting us here, to the Clean Water Natural Lands Commission staff, to the Commission itself, to OHA, to yourself, Chair Waters, and Committee Chair Kia Aina for your leadership, and to the landowner and the hundreds of people that have come together to, help take care of this very special place. And it's just been a true privilege to work alongside the Pu'uhonua Wailupe in their effort. And it's really been remarkable to see how it's evolved from a place of contention to truly unprecedented collaboration and shared understanding of Kuleana. And that's really, what I think we all should be striving for, as we look towards the future. So with that, I have to answer the questions, and thank you so much again for your consideration of this resolution. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next, Healani Sonora Pale. Aloha, welcome.
Aloha, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Tupola, and members of the council. My name is Helani Sonora Pale. I am a Kanaka Maoli and a co-founder. I serve as a volunteer board member of Pu'uhonua Wailupe in strong support here in front of you. Too long in Hawaii, the bones of our ancestors have been unearthed, displaced, and desecrated in the name of development. Pu'uhonua Wailupe embodies the traditional Hawaiian concept of a pu'uhonua, a place of refuge. This property will serve as a pu'uhonua for iwi kupuna, a sacred place where our ancestors remain at rest, protected from future disturbance and cared for by descendants and our community. Beyond the known sites, the State Historic Preservation Division has recognized a significant portion of the property as a cultural landscape, and multiple archaeological sites on the property have been formally documented and recorded. Beyond the known sites, there are likely additional cultural resources that have yet to be identified. The property offers a rare opportunity to permanently preserve an entire cultural landscape where iwi kupuna cultural sites, traditional knowledge, and the stories of this place can be protected for future generations. Mahalo nui loa for supporting for this opportunity and supporting our years of work to and supporting the protection of our iwi kupuna. Mahalo nui. Aloha. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your hard work. Next is Mike Hikalea available. No, okay. How about Elaine Chan?
Aloha, everyone. My name is Elaine Chan. I am a practicing physician in Oahu, and I am testifying in support of Resolution 26-151. And as I said earlier, I am a settler here on Native lands and waters, and I've had the privilege of witnessing and also working alongside Kanaka Iwi and the ways in which they steward this land and restore this land, especially how they have handled iwi kupuna and the cultural site. Protecting this land does honor Hawaii's history, safeguards important cultural resources like Auntie Healani has said, and ensures that this sacred place remains protected. So I respectfully urge the Council to recommend the adoption of Resolution 26-151. Mahalo for your continued support of protecting iwi kupuna and preserving Hawaii's cultural heritage.
Thank you. Next is Chris Kramer.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay. Next is Caitlin Mika. Aloha and welcome.
Aloha, aloha mai kākou. Mahalo, Chair and board members for your time. My name is Caitlin Mika, and I am in full support of Resolution 26-151. As someone being born and raised on Oahu and seeing so much change and development and also desecration of Aina and our waters, it concerns me to a high extent of the future of Hawaii, and I feel like this resolution will be the perfect opportunity for other communities to come together and to protect Aina and preserve Native Hawaiian culture practices and safeguard Hawaii's future. Mahalo for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you. Next, we have Alfred Medeiros. Aloha, Mr. Medeiros, long time. Thank you for being here today.
Okay. Aloha mai kākou, Alfred Kakanu Medeiros ko inoa no wainai mai au. I am the co-VP of Pu'uhonua Wailupe. Mahalo Chair, Vice Chair, all council members. 4 years we've been fighting for this, you know. February 12, 2022 was a traumatic day for many of us. I come from Waianae, and people was wondering, why am I over there in Wailupe trying to stop development? Because our ancestors are buried there. The same thing with anybody, if they was to desecrate Punch Bowl, there would be a rise up, same way we've done. It was a community effort, not only just by us of Pu'uhonua Wailupe, but of you as well, city council members, of the clean water, natural, you know, everybody over there, OHA. So many testimonies, churches, community members, and everything. And I'm a kia'i. If you guys know me, I fight for everything. I stand for any part of ko Hawaii pai aina. You know, Wailua hit with the floods, I'm there. When burial grounds of Koloa is getting desecrated, I'm there. In Maui, you know, repatriation of our kupuna, I'm there. I don't get paid for this. This is our kuleana. You know, we gotta preserve what we have left in Hawaii. And it's a very unfortunate that we get displaced even when we're dead, you know, and it has to stop. And I believe this process, as long as it was, as heartbreaking as it was through everything, could be the blueprint to move forward throughout Hawaii. You know, on our side of Waianae, get places that need to be protected, preserved. You know, all over, places need to be protected and preserved, you know. And in the beginning of this, the homeowner, the developer, you know, they didn't want us on the land. You know, they didn't understand that. You know, and now they work alongside us. They stand on the aina with us. They malama that. You know, it's been a growing process. And I want our keiki to learn this, you know, to understand our history, to know where they come from. You know, because throughout time, we've seen Hawaii change. More development, we get pushed away. So everything gets to be, you know, decimated. Everything that once was, like the Wailupe fish ponds, the local ears, no longer around. But the history still is prevalent, you know what I mean? We're still around. Us Kanaka Mole and Hawaiians, as long as we're still alive, we can tell these stories our kupuna told us. That's why you see my shirt, my kupuna sent me. You know, earlier we had somebody saying, don't follow the lead of kupuna. No, we get kupuna guided in everything that we do. I know you guys seen a different side of me before, you know, the more ku'e approach in these meetings. Today, I like break down and cry because happy, sad, you know, fearful what may happen, but also know that our future is bright. We have keiki come up into the aina of Wailupe. They learn the olis. They learn about the history. We should do this across all Hawaii. Every ahupua'a should have the same significance as we do, as we feel of Pu'uhonua you know, and I just want to say mahalo to many of people inside this gallery today. You know, my wahine side by side with me through this whole process. You know, they say behind every good man is a better woman. I'm half one great man without the best woman in the world right there. You know, and the wahine that's been through this whole process, Healani Sonora Pale, fighting diligently. Malia Marquez, my sister, the co-VP along this. You know, we had Mia Lissa Otis. You know, our po'o should be here today, Uncle Michael Hikalea, but he's sick. Me and my wife been fighting with illness. I woke up this morning like I was brand new. You know, that's my kupuna in me, saying you gotta be there. You gotta watch this follow through and see what happens. And that's why we're here today. You know, like I said, this could be the blueprint. I heard Andre Tupola speak up on the last meeting that we have parcels across our west side that should be in the same thing, you know, that should be brought up to the clean water. And I stand with you all the way to preserve anything a part of Hawaii, a part of our culture, a part of our history, you know, to preserve it and keep it in place, you know, because once that gets displaced, the history of that place gets displaced. And when that history is displaced, we get displaced. You know, we don't belong in museums. We belong here. We belong in your guys' seats, you know, to fight for our people, to fight for the land, for the protection and preservation. So mahalo to you guys, and I support this wholeheartedly. You know, I was willing to give my life on that day, February 12, 2022, and I'm willing to do the same for anybody, you know, at any time. So mahalo, everybody. Aloha.
No, mahalo to you and to the whole group for all your hard work. Really appreciate you. That's all I have for registered testifiers. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify on this matter? Yeah, please come forward.
Hey, aloha kākoa pau, mai ka pi'ina I ka lai ha'e ka la vela o lehua ano ai ke aloha. My name is Malia Lam Kawaihoa Marquez, mai mauna lua mai au. I don't have to repeat what my ohana just said, but I wanted to mahalo you all for taking the time and giving us a chance to finally do the right thing in my pai'aina of Wailupe. 4 years is a long time, but it's not a long time when our kupuna have been laid to rest for so long and being disturbed. And because of you and your support for us, it will happen, and it's such a wonderful day today. And to have Mr. Unterman come around full circle, and we learn from each other and we teach him, and he's been there with Oli, he's watched us educate our keiki. It is so much more than a blueprint. It is an example of what others can take, because we don't have to be across and opposition with one another. We can come together and teach from Kanaka viewpoint and hear others, and then we can actually malama one another. And I think aloha is such a used word, but aloha is showing up. Aloha is so much more than what it's used for. And I think we were kupuna-led with aloha, and I just mahalo all of you, Chair and Vice Chair, and all of you council members. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify? Yeah, please come forward.
Mahalo. Aloha nui, Chair Waters and members of the council. My name is Lori Walker, Legacy Land Manager for the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. The sentiments I'm sharing also apply to the previously passed Reso 26-134 for funding for Kalaiwila. I wanted to express my strong support for both resolutions, but also my gratitude to this council, to the zoning committee, and most especially to our communities, Pu'uhonua Wailupe and the North Shore Community Land Trust, for your commitment to protecting our cultural resources, which also include very much so our natural resources. OHA is excited to continue its long-standing relationship with the city through its Clean Water Natural Lands program, and we're proud to forge new partnerships with these two community stewards. Our practice of stewardship on our legacy lands honors the genealogy and mo'olelo of the places we are responsible for. The voices of our communities most closely connected to these lands are the kahua on which our stewardship is built, Protecting our places means protecting the continuity of familial kuleana, whether that calls for supporting existing ties or holding the space in kuleana until connections are restored. We are clear on our charge in service of these lands and look forward to carrying this kuleana forward with these partners standing ready. Mahalo nui for this opportunity. Aloha.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify? Seeing none, thank you all. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Kia Aina.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to mahalo again, Pua Hunua o Wailupe, the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, LNK Investments LLC, who's the landowner here, the Clean Water Natural Lands Advisory Commission, as well as the fund staff and all of the community members for today's acquisition. You know, with land jurisdiction comes kuleana, but you've already exhibited that kuleana with regard to stewardship since you guys began seeking protection for this area. So I have no doubt in my mind that you're going to be keeping up that kuleana for generations to come. I'm also hoping that with today's acquisition that, or authority for acquisition, that it can stir other private landowners to voluntarily work with communities in our different ahupua'a on Oahu to achieve the same objective in preserving our iwi kupuna like today. And I just wanted to mahalo the council for both of these measures today, because I'm hoping that this will be a bellwether with the appropriate staff at Clean Water Natural Lands Fund to work on the backlog. And I'm hoping to see projects throughout all of our districts to achieve the same objectives. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you, Chair. Mahalo ya o ko no ko mana o e piliana no kawahipana o Wailupe. Ame mahalo no ko pa'ahana. I'm so grateful for all your thoughts and all your hard work in that area. Ayaka olo no ʻEwa. Malama I ka mea loa'a o lilo awane I ka po'e, which the saying goes, to take care of what you have or the value will eventually disappear. And it's so important to me, you know, today we discussed an area in my district that I'm trying to preserve that the city bought some years ago, and we're still fighting to get it taken care of, and the people in the area just won't give up. They just still out there, still fighting, still helping, still caring, still working, having Aina days. No matter if get funding, no funding, doesn't matter. We're out there protecting sacred spaces. And it's so important because really, really everything that was shared by the testifiers today, that is why we do what we do. Because as Native Hawaiians, if these spaces aren't protected, then we really don't have that ability to hold on to our history and move forward. You know, in the Westerners' point of view, they believe that you should look forward and forget the past, but in Hawaiian, we believe that you hold on to your past and that you walk into your future based upon that connection with your kupuna. And so I just want to thank you all for all your hard work. It is going to be felt for generations. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Heleni, Alfred, Mike, Chris, and all of you who worked so hard for this for years. You know, thank you to the landowner who finally came around, which took a lot of convincing. I think that came from you guys too. Thank you to OHA, Clean Water Land and Natural Lands Fund for their hard work. And thank you to the Department of Housing and Land Management for your future work, right? Not POW yet, guys. We got to keep the pressure on these guys. We want to get this done. And finally, Alfred, like what you said, let's go for the next property because that fund still has a lot of money in there. So exciting to think of what's next. And thank you, Chair, for your hard work putting this all together. Having said that, any objections? Seeing none. Resolution CR 190, 2026, and Resolution 26-151, CD1 has been adopted. Thank you, guys. All right. Moving to the bottom of page 24 from the Committee on Public Safety and Economy, Councilmember Kia Aina.
I move that Committee Report 191, 2026 and Resolution 26-142 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of 3,700 culls valued at $3,700 to the city from Asagi Hatchery, Inc. for animal consumption.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, any discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 191, 2026 and Resolution 26-142 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 25, Vice Chair Tupola.
I move that the balance of committee reports be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Tupola for the explanation.
ITTC Committee Report 178, 2026, consideration of grant sewer easement 11522 for public use in ʻEwa, Villages of Kapolei Sewer System. ILA Committee Report 183, 26, request for authorization to settle a lawsuit against the City and County of Honolulu entitled John M. Asing v. City and County of Honolulu et al. ILA Committee Report 184, 2026, request for authorization to settle Sheri Taflinger v. City and County of Honolulu et al. ILA Committee Report 185, 2026, request for authorization to settle a lawsuit against the City and County of Honolulu entitled Ann Gima v. City and County of Honolulu. Lastly, ILA Committee Report 186, 26, request for authorization to settle Ijeva, Bambridge v. City and County of Honolulu and State of Hawaii Civil No. 1 DRC 25005437.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Any discussion, members? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, the balance of committee reports have been adopted. Moving to the top of page 26, there is no unfinished business. Turning to new business, Vice Chair Tupola.
I move that Resolution 26-132 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Tupola for the explanation.
Accepting a gift of tuition, travel, related expenses valued at $3,000 to the city from the American Association of Motor Vehicle Administrators for a representative from the Department of Customer Services to attend the 2026 AAMVA Region 4 Conference from July 21st through the 23rd in Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 26-132 has been adopted. Turning to the top of page 27, Vice Chair Tupola.
I move that Communication D445-2026 be approved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Tupola for the explanation.
From the Department of Planning and Permitting requesting a 120-day extension of time on Bill 38-2026 relating to the TOD Special District.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, any discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting none, Communication D445-2026 was approved. Moving to the bottom of page 27, Vice Chair Tupola.
I move that Communication D446-2026 be approved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Tupola for the explanation.
From the Department of Planning and Permitting requesting a 120-day extension of time on Bill 39-2026 relating to the rezoning of land situated at Kapolei and Honolulu at ʻEwa.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Any discussion, members? Seeing none. Any objections or reservations? Noting none. Communication D446-2026 was approved. Moving to the top of page 28. The next item on the agenda is the Mayor's Message 85-2026 to be entered into the Council Journal. Members, pursuant to Section 3-203 of the revised Charter of the City and County of Honolulu, Mayor's Message 85-2026, returning vetoed certain portions of Bill 22, 2026 CD2 FD1, will be entered into the Council Journal. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers? I believe we do have
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we have a remote testifier.
a number of registered testifiers. Starting with Sheri Menor.
Aloha Chair and members of the council. We'll stand on our written testimony just to reiterate our support with OER and that's what our testimony is focused on and not so much the procedural part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Teddy Anderson.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay. Before we get to the bottom part of page 28, are there any other testifiers on the mayor's message here? Aloha, welcome. Josh Wish.
Can you hear me? Thank you.
Yep.
Josh Wish with Holomua Collaborative. I'm testifying in support of preserving OER's budget. While we've heard some argue that the council is only trimming OER's funding, with this budget proposal, OER is being functionally eliminated. It's the only county agency whose core mission is building a strong economy. It's the only agency solely focused on providing economic opportunity for local families, local small businesses, local farmers. We know that the audit found areas where OER can improve. It's also worth noting that the audit never suggested that OER be eliminated. In fact, there is no groundswell anywhere in the community for OER to be eliminated. The audit also mentioned several areas where OER had major accomplishments, including administering nearly $294 million in rental and utility assistance for over 25,000 households, identifying and managing funds for economic revitalization, and also coordinating activities in support of small business. Audits find areas for improvement. That is what they do. But when an audit finds that the bus can be improved, the answer is not to eliminate the bus and shut down all of its routes. So I'll just close by saying, I urge you to back away from eliminating OER and instead take the opportunity to work with OER on finding ways to implement some of the recommendations in the audit. I think that OER would welcome that, and I think that the community would as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify on Mayor's Message 85? Ted Kafalas, please come forward.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, Council members. Ted Kafalas with Grassroots Institute. We do support Bill 22, and we do urge the council to override the mayor's veto. The mayor vetoed this because it cuts funding for OER, but the city auditor report that Josh had mentioned, I think gives council every reason to make this cut. I can appreciate that some folks believe that OER is an important concept, but in practice, the agency hasn't been doing its job. That audit found that despite spending millions of dollars since OER's creation 5 years ago, the office has only just recently begun actual program implementation and has made just measurable progress on less than half of its original initiatives. Despite receiving $325 million in city, federal, and private funding across program areas, it just has not actually worked out. And so unfortunately, that's hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars that have very little to show for it. If this council is serious about cutting wasteful spending, we think that this is a golden opportunity as it gets. So mahalo for your consideration.
Thank you.
Chair, questions?
Please.
Yeah,
Councilmember
thank you.
Wire.
Appreciate the testimony and the input because we're often aligned, particularly on housing issues. So I just wanted to clarify a few questions. So you're in support of cutting the positions, just wanted to make sure. So Grassroots Institute would be in support of eliminating the $4 million grant program that would be going to small businesses affected by the Kona lows?
Yeah, I mean, at this point...
Just a yes, no. Grassroots would be supporting that.
Yeah, but I've also...
Just a yes, no. Yes.
Yes, we would.
And then Grassroots would be in support of ending the microloan program for small businesses?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
and then Grassroots would also be in support of shutting down the incubator program that was supposed to start this summer with small businesses?
Yeah, again, council member, this is, we believe that it's more efficient to do this stuff through the private sector. And a lot of times when you have government funding going to this, it ends up in a bureaucratic sinkhole. And that's kind of what we're seeing with this OER issue.
Appreciate that. Who in the private sector, and I only ask because when I talked to the regional chambers of commerce, they said these activities weren't happening. And so who in the private sector are you suggesting would take this on?
I don't have that answer for you right now, but I do think that it's not happening with OER right now either. So,
Well, no, I mean, I'm asking you, and I'll end, Chair, but just wanted to make sure I fully understood. Because I think my suggestion would just have been in alignment with you that we should have figured that out, who would be taking it over before getting rid of it. But I appreciate the testimony and you sharing your thoughts. Thank you, Chair, for allowing the questions.
Of course.
I'll follow up.
Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Kapalas. Just for clarification, I do believe your testimony was about the department and not programs, correct? Because with the actual bill and the veto itself, there is still the ability to put those programs in other places, but just for clarification, it was about the department and not the programs.
yeah, correct. I mean, again, OER, unfortunately, it just has not proved to be as effective as we would all like, I think. And I think that this is a good measure in terms of trying to scale that back and trying to right size and figure out how to move forward rather than just continuing to pour money into it.
Thank you, Mr. Kapalas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions for the Grassroots Institute? Seeing none, thank you. Angela Melody Young.
Thank you for the introduction, Chair. Aloha, City Council, Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES. And I am a fan of the Office of Economic Revitalization. So I think the funding should be restored because it's been responsible for organizing as a business connector in communities and demographics with high vulnerability to economic disruption, such as minority populations, the agricultural and the farming industry, to address food insecurity, and of course the filmmakers industry and the women's businesses. So again, I would suggest legislating statutory language with a new action plan so that the office is responsible to cover emergencies in the case of every single emergency, so that the work that is duplicative is because that it's covering the other offices that need extra assistance in times of emergency. So the shared programs with duplicative goals in the various offices, it's because of the recovery process. And during emergencies, grants and resources are stressed. So to send additional help from the revitalization office to help with the recovery, I think would justify the mandate of duplicative work. Because of course those offices aren't lazy, they just need a little bit of assistance. Thank you.
Okay, and again, for everyone's information, we're just entering the mayor's message into the journal. So does anybody else want to comment on entering the mayor's message into the journal? Shu Lan Schubert Kwok.
Thank you. I think that it should be entered in to your record, and that I also like to make some comments that I think it's so premature to cut such a drastic amount from the economic, revitalization office, given that it started, like COVID time. Things are not so good for everybody, and it came in during Konalo, even during our blackouts for a couple of days in Chinatown, where people couldn't do business, lots of rotten food. I think nobody else came to help the small business people, but yeah, OER. It used to be called the Office of Economic Development, and it morphed into this thing, which actually got larger. And I think council should find a way to help OED rather than cutting it off and not letting it develop to be more far-reaching than what it is doing now. So I urge you to put the money back and let it show itself to you in a year or two. And maybe you'll be pleased with the audit then. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody else who'd like to testify on entering the Mayor's Message 85, 2026 into the journal?
Mr. Chair, we have a remote testifier with their hand raised.
Okay, please proceed.
Hello, me again. Mahalo, Chair. Raquel Achu, North Shore, Wailoa Moku. I'm going to mirror some of the the frustration is basically to hear how OER hasn't proven their effectiveness when that couldn't be further from the truth. They're a fairly new department. They could not have proven their value more than what my community experienced in the Kona Low devastations. They are critical. I realize we're not eliminating the department, but to eliminate their resources and their person makes them less effective. They were critical in this, and we don't have a backup plan. Who's going to help us after that? To say that they weren't effective says, did we even matter? Because they were effective out here, and that should be taken into consideration. In so many levels, did they help this community get through obstacles and being able to survive and still look forward to surviving? We're not out of it yet, and they've become very critical to us. So they have proven their effectiveness. I would highly, highly encourage that we work with them to keep that going and really consider the value of that in the times that we are, because we're not out of devastation yet, and I'm sure there's more coming. So please, please reconsider that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else want to testify on Mayor's message? Seeing none. Oh, go ahead. Can you press the button so your microphone is on?
Yes.
There you go.
Hi, my name's Don Shaw. I'm speaking in support of preserving the Office of Economic Revitalization. I'm definitely in favor of improving government agencies, but sometimes a draconian approach is not the best way. As an architect and planner, I've worked on a number of transportation redevelopment projects that have taken quite a long time. And I think that you have to take the longer view rather than taking a one-year audit to dismantle a program. So I hope that you will reconsider dismantling it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Mayor's Message 85, 2026 has been entered into the journal. Thank you, members. Vice Chair Tupola.
Chair, I move that we take a 10-minute break before we continue. Is that okay? Just to use the bathroom, fill up water.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah, no problem. 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Or you want to eat lunch and come back? 10 minutes. Okay, we'll come back at 1:10.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, members. Reconvening, Vice Chair Tupola.
I move that Bill 2022-2026 CD2 FD1 pass final reading. The mayor's veto to the contrary notwithstanding on all the lined items as indicated in the ordinance.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Tupola for the explanation.
Relating to the executive operating budget and program for the fiscal year July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2027.
Thank you. We have a number of registered testifiers, starting with Chulan Schubert Kwok.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Council members. I just wanted to ask you to restore the money and to OER, because I've seen it from grassroots level, how effective they are reaching out to the small businesses affected by disasters like HICCOs, blackouts, COVID. A lot of my community people feel this is something city, they never expected the city to be able to reach out and do this kind of work. So it impacted them a lot, and they view city and city council very differently, that us little people being helped and then fill out forms, do all kinds of things to allow them to apply for the needed help that they need to keep business going, keep the lights on. And then I also went up to North Shore during the Konalo's disaster and visited a lot of farmers. Should I finish?
Yeah, if you could wrap up, that'd be
And
great.
the farmers were so elated that they were able to even be recognized and reach help. And for days after days, they were saying that, I never knew that this little agency really spent the time and make the effort and also send in translators to work with people. So I think we should let it, perhaps the gap from the audit is because they didn't fill in the relevant boxes, so that the work done is not being categorized, is what I think. But I think if you look at the intrinsic and value that they have in the community is to help them reach their potential even more. So I hope that council would restore and that not let this veto right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Don Shaw. And feel free to incorporate your previous testimony.
I've already testified on this in favor of preserving funding for OER. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh Wish.
I'll largely incorporate my previous testimony. I'll just note briefly that I think one thing that you've seen today is, I mentioned in my prior testimony, that there's no groundswell in support of eliminating OER. In fact, what you've largely seen this morning is a groundswell in support in the other direction, a groundswell of preserving OER. And one of our previous testifiers, who's a friend, had said that this is something that should be handled by the business community, but you've seen multiple representatives of the business community from Chinatown to the Chamber of Commerce talking about the great value that OER has. And I'll also add that Holomua has personally worked with OER a number of times over the years and has seen their value up close, up front, everywhere from boardrooms to the community centers in Wailua. And again, I urge you to give a chance to work with them rather than just functionally eliminate their office. Thank you.
Thank you. Dale Vanderbrink. Not logged on?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay. Calvin Hulihe. That's all I have for registered testifiers. I know there's a bunch of folks on this side of the room, including the Managing Director Designee and Director of OER and Deputy Director. Would any of you like to testify today? Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and Council members. Thank you for allowing me to testify. I'll keep my remarks short, as I know we've talked about this a great deal, both in chamber and in private discussions. Our position remains unchanged. We do believe this action by Council to functionally eliminate OER is a mistake and will do damage to our communities. And we do continue to believe that the right way to do this would be through a charter change, not through a budgetary action. And we do continue to believe that we'd like to work with council to make it better, not to do what's happening now. I'll defer the rest of my time to Ms. Hasselby. Thank you.
Thank
Chair,
you.
question for,
Oh, please, Councilmember Tupola.
thank you. Aloha, the MD designee. Thank you for being here. My quick question is regarding the strategic plan. I was told that perhaps you were aware of it or that it's completed, and I still haven't seen the completion of it, or maybe it was advised from you to the director to not show it to us yet, but are you aware of any of that? Because I think obviously that would have helped a lot of us, but we had not seen any of it. So if you could address that. Thank you.
Vice Chair, thank you. So yes, there is a draft strategic plan that was presented to us. We had a long discussion about what to do with it at this point, given the direction the council was going in. And the thought was the strategic plan outlines a plan that cannot be executed by what would remain if council does what it does. So we decided to hold on it, work with council and see where we can get, and then go from there.
Thank you so much. I do think that it would have been advantageous for us to see it, but I hear your reasoning. It is your decision on whether or not to share that with us. Thank you, Chair.
Any follow-up questions, members? Seeing none, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Director.
Aloha, Council Chair Waters and council members. Thank you for the opportunity just to provide a statement today. It's fairly short, but since OER was established in 2020, there is one principle that has guided our work, and that is that government should listen to the people it serves. That approach has shaped our partnerships with small businesses, farmers, workforce trainees, and community organizations. It ensures that our work responds to real needs and complements, not duplicates, the efforts of others. Research and surveys conducted with UHERO have validated and sharpened our priorities, grounding OER's programs in real data. The broad community support that has been expressed through this budget process reflects the value that OER has provided to Oahu's entrepreneurs, farmers, workers, and underserved communities. Over the past 6 years, OER has advanced 30+ major initiatives and built partnerships with more than 200 agencies. OER has served firsthand more than 12,200 beneficiaries through direct capital and capital gaining programs. These programs impact Oahu's small businesses, farmers, and working residents. An additional 46,595 households were reached through community outreach, door-to-door business outreach, direct access to local produce, rental and utility relief, and support for employee retention, community workforce programs, and most recently, disaster recovery. At the same time, it is clear that members of the City Council have not had the level of engagement with OER that they deserve. I take responsibility for that, and we and the Commission are committed to rebuilding that partnership. The Economic Revitalization Commission has drafted a new strategic direction, and it is ready to work with the Council to establish a shared vision, clear priorities, measurable outcomes, and accountability for future investment. These steps follow the recommendation of the City Auditor, and they do demonstrate that there could be a viable path forward. However, without restoring operational funding, OER cannot continue its work. With only 6 staff and $52,000 in operational funding, the office will wind down our $7 million in programs and effectively cease operations at the end of September. I just want to be really clear about that. Our office, the people who are sitting back here, will no longer have jobs September 30th. They are being paid today with state and local fiscal recovery funds to extend their contracts. $7 million in programs end September 30th. So today's vote is not simply about preserving an office. It is about whether the city will continue to invest in economic opportunity, affordability, and the partnerships that strengthen Oahu's economy. I respectfully ask for your support. Sustain the mayor's veto. Allow OER to begin anew in this work in partnership with the City Council and with the people we collectively serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Councilmember Tupola.
Aloha, Director. I just want to mahalo you for all your work and definitely throughout the years, not even just in this position, but in other positions you've held, and for all the dedication you have towards the community. You know, earlier this month, we were discussing a separate bill, and there had been no progress from the last time to the next time we discussed it, which for me equaled no work, right? So in that case, what I'm looking for is change, because there's these concerns, and because no things were done to resolve those concerns, we ended up being at the same standstill point. And that's why that bill is actually not on our agenda. Now, in regards to this, we voted on the budget early June, and now it's July 8th. And from that time till today, I would have had possibly a different view if we even had seen the strategic plan. I only found out yesterday that it was already done but withheld from us. And that's, again, a decision on the administration's part, probably not your part. But all of that to be said, there was no difference in position from that date to this date, which is unfortunate, because I do think that that's what we had been asking for in all the hearings, right? What is the vision? What is the direction? So again, unfortunate. I did ask it to the previous testifier, and that's the reason why I still am with the same concerns. But I just really want to thank you and thank everyone at OER for everything. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions for the director? Councilmember Kia Aina.
Thank you. Thank you, Director, for being here. You know, there's been a lot of talk about the strategic plan. And I'm not as, I mentioned to you before, I'm not as interested in that, right? Because it's still big picture for me. But one thing in the audit report, as I reread it last night, was that it stated on page 33 that it was revealed that OER's strategy is based on the 2022 Oahu Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. Is that true or not true?
That is correct.
Okay, so I have to tell you, I have a problem with that. And I worked on economic development issues. I'm familiar with that strategy as well as the Hawaii SEDS, because I feel that even separate from an OER strategic plan, the first rule of thumb in question that could have been asked at the outset of OER's mission was, what is within the city's current authorities that can strengthen economic development? And how can all city departments contribute to Hawaii's economy or the Oahu Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy? So the reason I'm saying this is that it wouldn't have cost a lot of money for you to have developed a city economic development plan because it doesn't cost money. All you got to do is survey everybody. And the reason I'm telling you this is because we talk a lot about plans as if we need certain plans to do things. I mean, some of the things that are low-hanging fruit is one of the most important issue facing the city is the permitting in the Department of Planning and Permitting for both residential and commercial. I cannot tell you how impactful it is to families, how impactful it is to developers. So for me, and our construction industry, for example. So that would have been, you can still do it, but what I'm saying is, do you have a city economic development plan? Because I don't need the strategic plan for me to have concerns over the direction of OER, because that could have been done so that you can look, you know, it's not just about collaborating with people, it's working with our city on economic priorities that face our city departments, our city budgets, so that we can move forward as a city to help not just Oahu's overall economy, but Hawaii's overall economy. So can you tell me whether or not you have a city economic development plan?
So the commission, the Economic Revitalization Commission, is charged with creating an economic development plan for the Office of Economic Revitalization. And when the commission started in January of 2023, they took up a consideration of what to do in terms of an economic development strategy and pointed to the plan that was recently finished with hundreds of individuals of input across Oahu, the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. And primarily, if I recall back to that time, their thinking was that this is the primary federal strategy to be able to access federal funds. So any federal programs and competitive grants that the Office of Economic Revitalization would go after must align and point to various elements of that plan. And so that's why they felt it was appropriate, because knowing how our office was structured and functioning, that going after federal funds would be primarily important.
I understand that, but there seems to be a disconnect here. I'm telling you, I understand fully the Oahu Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. It's for all stakeholders. It's not city-specific. It's regional in nature. And so what I'm trying to say is that in addition to that and the strategic plan that is mandated by the Economic Revitalization Commission, a low-hanging fruit was to ask the question that I just asked you to the departments so that you can see what the city's priorities are and how they can contribute to economic development or Hawaii's economy. So I'm just a little discomforted by your answer, because that's low-hanging fruit for me. Do you see the disconnect? In other words, you got to find out what is the highest priority in each department and see how you can kukua and impede that. And let me just tell you one example of how we just recently tried to help with the permitting with regard to the loan program that was created, because we found out it's no longer about technology. It's no longer about funding, because DPP has money. They do not have bodies to fill the positions to be able to help with the backlog. So all I'm just saying is that I personally would look forward to it, but it did not make a big difference with regard to my mindset today. What I feel is that I greatly appreciate, the diversity of your organization, but you grew it so quickly without looking at its sustainability budgetary-wise to pivot from economic recovery and revitalization to long-term economic development. So you answered my question, which is we have no strategy with regard to a city. It doesn't have to be a long, drawn-out plan. It's simply going ask everybody, how can I kokua, so that both the city council and the administration can collectively look at how we can prioritize city economic priorities. That's all. So I just thank you for clarifying that for me.
Appreciate your point, and that's what we were hoping to get to with the economic development plan that the commission had drafted this time. So we would propose that that opportunity could exist on a viable path forward with this new draft of the strategic plan, that there is the opportunity primarily to work with council members, but as you suggested, across city departments, as our programs and projects have, I would say in the last year, started to demonstrate, whether it's the upcoming advanced manufacturing gathering or our work with DTS, CCSR, and DPR to activate rail stations, et cetera. So while, as you pointed, that engagement has not happened with the city council and city departments, the commission has that draft to begin that work.
I'm sorry, since you brought it up again. I'm trying to tell you that it is not the kuleana solely of the commission. The commission's job is a strategic plan. You, in your own authority, could have been trying to implement a city development plan that is completely separate from a strategic plan. Strategic plan is bigger picture, right? What I outlined in my question was quite simple and could have been asked of all of the departments. So each time you go to our, the budgetary cycle, you go and check in, okay, where are you, Don, on where you are with priorities that's economic related in the Department of Planning and Permitting. That's all. That's all. So we don't need no further discussion on this. I think we just have a difference with regard to, I think, what you view as the commission's role versus your role, because you have great authority as being the executive director, and so does the Office of Climate Change and the Mayor's Office of Culture and Arts. So sometimes when you are looking at what others' job is, other kuleana, it diminishes the authority that you have to be able to do good things. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. A couple questions. I'll just note, I think there's another testifier online as well. Director, could you just walk us through again, like the impact on the programs and which programs exist now and how they'd be affected if the cuts go forward? Specifics.
Well, the specifics hinge on what is decided today. So there is a $4 million business recovery program that is geared towards flood relief. All these programs are contracted, this program and others are contracted to the Office of Economic Revitalization. The contracts are not signed with the city. The contracts are not signed with BFS. They're signed with the Office of Economic Revitalization to execute. So that program is among $7 million in programs, including an ADA grant for business disaster planning and recovery that is $250,000. We are still doing workforce training with the University of Hawaii. There's a little bit less than $1 million in that program. Other programs that we are planning and have ahead of us include a business incubation program that was planned for this fall in Kaneohe. We are raising private money for that, but we will request that those private donations to execute the program not be moved forward. Additionally, sorry, I don't have all these in front of me.
No, that's fine. And I was gonna just additionally ask, as I know some of your team is here, could you have, if they're willing, I'd be interested in knowing like what individual role each of them does and what they work on. Would they be interested in coming up and sharing that?
Sure.
Appreciate that. Not to put them on the spot, but since they came all the way down to Hale, and this is a budget decision that's directly affecting their work, I just want to make sure that the full council is fully aware of the work that's going on.
Hi, hello, Council Chair, Council members. My name is Blake Nabashima Maramoto. I work as an administrative specialist for OER. So I work closely with BFS and our managing director's office and their administrative team to procure our projects.
Aloha, my name is Denise Oberto. I'm the Community Development Director. I was hired to run the Rent and Utility Relief Program back in 2022. Right now, I am helping to supervise the local ag program that Alex runs, as well as the community equity team. Mahalo.
Hi, my name is Charmaine Batoon. I'm OER's office manager, so I deal mainly with their schedules, admin-related items, and yeah, thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Stacey Nakagal. I'm the program assistant here at OER. I help all the program managers with any of their programs and then assist administratively for the office.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the council. My name is Kayla Tansianko. I'm the data specialist at OER, and it's a hard job to collect data on economic development, and I just want to testify to OER's culture of not only collecting it on the quantitative level, but at the qualitative level, because prosperity is more than just numbers, it's how you live. And this is a different government agency that is dedicated to finding out how we can communicate prosperity to each of our communities. And I just wanted to take the moment to thank our leadership for guiding us in that direction. Mahalo.
Aloha, everybody, Chair, members of the council. My name is Melissa Chan. I am the Public Information Officer for the Office of Economic Revitalization. I was previously the Digital Media Specialist for a little over a year and assumed the Public Information Officer role in February. So my role has been to reshape and tell the story of OER. I am not part of the Community Equity Liaison team, but I was one of the individuals that Matt Wire mentioned that was running back and forth up to the North Shore. I myself speak Mandarin and Cantonese and was able to support the individuals and the farmers there. I had a farmer who came all the way from Waianae to Waialua, and I was speaking to him in Mandarin, and this office has kind of solidified as a young person in their 20s, kind of what government can be and what service as a public servant can look like. So thank you for the time.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the council. My name is Alyssa Gosley. I'm the Small Business and Finance Program Manager at OER. I oversee OBC, the Oahu Business Connector, and the programs under it. I've been at OER for the last 4.5 years. I started as a business and constituent educator during COVID, and I've just really had the pleasure to work for OER the whole time. And the most impactful thing I've ever heard is going door to door to small businesses and hearing them say, wow, the city cares this much to send you here. So thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the council. My name is Allison Groshi, and I'm a resource connector under the Oahu Business Connector program. And I absolutely echo Alyssa's sentiments. It is truly so impactful to spend my days getting out into the community and talking to entrepreneurs who are just trying to better their families and themselves. It's great to help restore faith in government by having someone to talk to on the daily and to listen to the struggles that our communities face, and to then come up with programs to help even small communities is very impactful. And I'm very thankful for this opportunity. Thank you.
Chair, Vice Chair, council members, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to talk about the work that we do at OER. My name is Guillaume Mamon. I'm the Regenerative Tourism Program Manager for OER. At the moment, in partnership with many city departments, I am working on the Oahu Tourism Strategic Plan to transform the tourism industry towards more of a regenerative approach. I've also received grants, such as a federal grant from the National Endowment for the Arts to put together several placemaking events in Chinatown, as well as a grant from HTA to put a placemaking event with Skyline stations. So thank you again for your time. And thank you, Councilmember Wire, for the opportunity to talk about our program. This is important to us. Mahalo.
Chair, Vice Chair, Council members, my name is Sue Lazo. I'm the Workforce Development Program Manager at the Office of Economic Revitalization. I currently oversee the $5 million contract that we have with UH for our Good Jobs Oahu program and winding that down to make sure that we help our city residents reskill in response to being negatively impacted by COVID. I also oversee our new AI train-the-trainer program that supports our small businesses and nonprofits so they can adopt AI in this ever-changing technology that we are experiencing now, and how that could negatively impact the opportunity to lose sight of gaining those skills that they might not get otherwise. I'm proud of the work that we are doing to make sure that every Ohana can stay home in Hawaii. Mahalo.
Aloha nui kākou, Chair Waters, Vice Chair, Council members. Vaunoa Maka Cassin Fisher, on behalf of our team of community equity liaisons led by our program manager, April Labrador, I have the distinct honor, privilege, and kuleana to be out in community and engaging with our kaiulu, our lahui, to support our motto of every person prospers. Mahalo for this time to introduce myself and our team. Mahalo nui, Amy.
I appreciate that, and I know that wasn't planned, so thank you all for sharing a little bit about the work that you do, just so the community and everyone in here can truly see the rock stars that you are. So thank you, and thank you, Director. I'll have more for discussion, Chair, but this was just for questions.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the Director? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anybody else from the administration, Managing Director, who'd like to testify? No? Okay, thank you. I do note that there are a few hands up online, starting with Raquel Achiu.
Mahalo, Chair. So frustrating. The idea that because there's no progress, there's no work, I just don't agree with that sentiment. To me, that means that there's more work to get through to get to that success and that progression, especially for a new department. Every department, I don't care where you're at, state, city, whatever, everyone faces obstacles and challenges to get to where they want to go. All departments. You have departments that have huge lapses and don't face the risk that they're looking at now, that OER is looking at now. They're fairly new. I mean, I don't know how we expect them to accomplish or improve with less. It makes zero sense. And maybe this really hits home for me because we're in the middle of this recovery effort and I've been able to see hands right on the ground, boots on the ground with them to see how they've impacted. I just need to know, who am I sending all of these people as a community, as someone who's involved with our community, who do I send all these people to when they no longer have that person to translate for them, to engage with them? They have no longer the person coming to see them that they've become trusting about the city and their efforts to them, because we don't have that backup plan. Farmers, businesses, it's not just about just the budget in general, but it is about us. All of us are your constituents too, and we are worried about how this impacts us. So please reconsider this. I know you probably have your minds made up, but really, really dig deep and hear that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I see Pikachu Billionaire.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Aloha, guys. Thank you, Tommy Waters. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the council. We got some stuff. I had to go back to Nanapui Waianae. And I love you all, but after today's treatment, I do not trust anyone's word, especially by my council member. But I'll be specific, Chair Waters, to the agenda item and be professional.
Please.
When it was $4.8 billion originally and became 4.97, that's another $197 million. And after I left the building, I talked to the cops, the mayor's office, and they were all pounding my fist to say, defend the mask, defend Pikachu. And everyone knew on the Coconut Wireless before I even left the stinking building. And now whatever you guys do, whether it's 6-3, I cannot control or stop you. I'm not going to pretend I'm Jesus with miracle powers and tell you what to do or what not to do. But it's about $5 billion. And like I always say before, I can count because my last name's Billionaire. Ekahi, ʻEloha, ʻEkolu, and blah, 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 blah. How you guys finagle the money is not my business. You got 251 persons, 51 districts, 36 district neighborhood boards. I tried to email them all last night, but only 10 agendas were available out of 36. So how can people actually do what you're saying when we got, issues on 962, Hawaii, North Shore, Diamond Head, and I support everything that they're doing in North Shore, Matt Wire, Tyler dos Santos, Augie Toba, and everyone who's in their community to build unity community. I just want you guys to be more transparent. Whatever happens, happens. I can't control that.
Thank you.
But may the force be with you always. Have a beautiful day. And aloha. And the final thing is, Chair Waters, this is a face mask because the staff members in the back room have a mask on their face. And this is my mask on my face. And Donald Trump knows this. Thank you very much. You have a beautiful day. Aloha.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, I know there's another person with their hand up, but I can't read the name on the screen.
Mr. Carl Dix, Mr. Chair.
Carl Dix. Hello, Mr. Dix. Please proceed.
Aloha. Couple things here. First of all, I would remind that the city charter for these meetings, I've served on the city council prior, and the mayor should be in these meetings and should be the chair, and we could get a lot more accomplished if you guys met together and worked things out and worked out the details. That's why I was taught that it's supposed to run. The mayor is supposed to participate in the council meetings, and that way you guys can solve the issues of the community together instead of separately. And also, I'm going to stand with the mayor and his veto of the bill, the budget, because this spend is out of control, guys. We need to tighten our belt and spend less. So I yield with that.
Thank you very much. I believe that's all we have for registered testifiers. Members, we are in discussion. Angela Melody Young, please proceed.
Angela Melody Young, testifying on CARES. It's so sad to hear that some of the staff might lose their jobs. But, as an office of economic revitalization, they're doing so much work for many others. And I think the duplicative in the audit is very technical. So if the performance audit is tied to the policy set forth in the original legislation, which focused on COVID-19 recovery, I think what is needed to move forward is to restore funding by statute. And so that the office is responding by building resilience in business networks. So instead of saying that the office is responding to COVID-19, say that the office is responding by building resilience to support business continuity, economic resilience, disaster preparedness, recovery, and revitalization by anticipating predictable economic disruptions and developing strategies to assist businesses, especially vulnerable businesses. And so within this new framework, it'll consider future events
Thank you.
that are sensitive to supply chain shocks and tourism collapse to strengthen the networks. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else who'd like to testify? Seeing none, members are in discussion. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. First, just kind of going back to when we started, I think, someone that was a city employee, on a CSC, also a member of HGA, right? Like, I know there's different layers of this conversation, but was very reassured when I came into the council and we had meaningful conversations about how do we improve the quality of life of our employees? How do we ensure that they're getting a living wage? How do we ensure that they're getting the benefits that they need? That extended to our bus drivers and transit employees as well, as we work to support them. The support we provided to the Department of Community Services staff with the recent issues that they were working through regarding hazard pay. And so for me, I am disheartened and concerned to have a conversation in the direction that it's been going, and just kind of the shift in values and pivoting that we're seeing and politicizing our frontline city employees in their positions, because they already face a really hard time, from our park staff to our first responders, to everyone, right? And that was clear through the Kona Lows, you know, folks working in the shelters, but then also just the feedback we get every day from the community. And I'm just hopeful that we really don't shift our values on that. Knowing the faces of the OER staff that are community members that have been working hard and interfacing with small businesses and farmers and immigrants and touching lives. You just want to uplift that and bring that into this space. Understanding that the work is going to be affected. I know that there are various narratives or you know, messaging out there that this isn't going to affect programming, but we know that's not true. Like, that's been presented and it's clear. And you know, as Ms. Achu, Vice Chair Achu mentioned, I mean, saying that the work's not worth it is saying that the communities that they're serving aren't worth it. And it definitely is painful to contemplate that during challenging times, we're going to be balancing the budget on the backs of our most vulnerable and marginalized community members. And I acknowledge that the feedback from the audit and even the subsequent happenings in the news are opportunities to learn and come together and improve processes. But I don't think anyone's potential wrongdoing should mean that our community has to suffer and face a retraction of services. But I also am so thrilled at the openness of the administration to continue to collaborate with the council to implement the strategic plan and improve processes. And I know that we're so familiar with the UHERO report that just acknowledged that we're on the cusp of not just being a priced out of paradise community, right, as our families struggle with affordability concerns, but also at risk of becoming a left behind community when we see limited economic opportunities and limited economic growth. And I think as we saw this morning with the honorary certificates, our small businesses truly are the backbone of our economy, and they truly uplift and help preserve our culture and our history. And during these challenging times, I know that my community expects me to be doing every single thing that I can to ensure that they have an opportunity to achieve the quality of life that them and their family deserves. And so with that, I just want to say that I'm grateful for the dialogue, because I think there's an opportunity to reflect on what oversight is. You know, control is not necessarily oversight, or it's not, I should say, and rather having a meaningful dialogue with the administration about how we can adjust the strategic plan, better meet the needs of our community, I think would be much more reflective of what our community's been asking for. You know, the testifiers have been asking for, the organizations that have worked closely with OER have been asking for. And so that's really my plea today. And to all the OER team, I just got back from travels where I was blessed to be able to stand in a crowd of about 1 million people and walking down the street, thousands of people on the sidewalk and balconies and out windows yelling ECC, right? Which I guess, you know, I guess we could, there's not an exact translation, but could be interpreted or translated as what if it's possible, what if it can be done, right? And it's a hopeful phrase that came about amidst adversity and struggle, but reflects positivity and hope. And I see that in the work that you do every day, right? Working with community members, businesses, farmers, vulnerable community members, instilling hope and touching their lives. And then, of course, since the floods, even more, right? Like every day with these budget conversations going on, still showing up every day smiling and trying to improve the lives of residents on our island. And so I just share that, hoping that you're not disheartened by this political process, because that really is just why your work is that much more important, right? Because politics isn't always going to get us to the outcome we want. It's not always going to serve our community. There's so many different interests involved. But the work that you're doing to directly help people, I mean, that's where it's at. And so whether it's at the city or other places, like, I'm just stoked that, you know, I've got to see such amazing people do such amazing work. And so mahalo sincerely for all that you do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Tupola. No, sorry, that time has passed. Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you so much, Chair. I appreciate the time. I appreciate all the thoughts, sentiments that were shared today. And, you know, just wanted to share some last thoughts. I feel like some of this was already shared in our last hearing. But truly, the question we're asking here is not whether or not OER has done good work. They have done good work. We are aware and we are so, so grateful. We are not asking the question on whether or not we support economic development. We all do, all of us, in different ways, maybe in different methods, but we all want to see the growth of it. I myself was looking for specific answers. I wrote a letter to the administration in April, no response. I knew that in these hearings, our thoughts kind of get lost. So I thought I would write a letter and be real specific on these are the things I'm looking for in order for me to support your efforts, which would have easily been a strategic plan, even a draft of it. You know, UHERO gave us a draft of their report before they were done because they wanted to see the direction we were going. Nothing. So I feel like there's a disconnect here because for me, I know what effort looks like, and this is not effort from the staff. This is effort from the director and from the administration showing us that there's going to be a new path charted. No. So I can honestly say that for me, I specifically asked. I didn't ask in this hearing. I specifically asked via written communication so that I would be clear that these are the things I would like addressed, nothing. I asked today why that wasn't so, and it was said that it was better for us to hold the plan. Then Councilmember Kia'aina asked, well, was there even a city plan, meaning not a large strategic plan, just like a city plan that was written? No. So again, nothing on the staff because now we're talking at the administrative level. And by the way, none of the grants that come to the city are addressed to a department. They're not addressed to an office. They're addressed to the City and County of Honolulu. Those can still be administered by DCS, who has 113 vacancies right now. And we don't want anyone to lose their job. We have thousands of vacancies in the city. Of course, we want to keep all of these awesome people on, and we can. But then that's the difference between what's happening at these conversations at the administrative level and what's happening at the ground level. What Councilmember Wire is bringing up with what testifiers are bringing up, that's ground level movement. That's great. They're relying on the director and the administration to kind of have that forefront, that vision. It's not due to work not being done. It's due to the fact that we need that vision, that cutting, that our ability to maximize the impact of what we do with our taxpayer dollars. So when we say that we want OER to fulfill its role, we mean that we need it to reach its full potential, meaning that we have all of these funds, somebody stated earlier today, $350 million, which is almost as much as the HPD budget, all these funds going in, but we have thousands of businesses to help, not just 9, not just 10, not just 11 farmers. So how can we increase that impact? So we want OER to play big. We want them to get out there and make that huge impact, whether it's through legislation or our partnership. But I can say for me, as myself, I haven't felt that partnership. You know, if we were gonna play big in regenerative tourism, say for example, the Nobel Peace Prize nominee for that, who's actually someone, was just here on Sunday. I spent all this time talking to him about what we could do here. We're suggesting that we can play bigger. What Councilmember Kia'aina said about the permitting, those are the kind of things that we want people to be able to remember, is that huge impact of permits being pushed through or businesses' concerns being resolved. And we're not saying that they haven't happened. We're saying with a clear direction, it could happen for many, many more people. So with that being said, I just wanted to acknowledge that, you know, the leadership we're trying to show is not because we're trying to defend the government. We're trying to show leadership through acknowledging that we have had a challenge and we're having a challenge. The audit said it, UHERO report said it, and we're trying to address it appropriately in the best way that we know how to. So again, thank you very much to the staff and thank you to the director. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Dos Santos now.
Thank you, Chair. Throughout the past few months, there's been a lot of discussion from us about waiting for a plan, waiting for a strategic report, and we've just been waiting for it. Okay. But I think this totally excuses our role as a policymaking body in setting that vision, in being proactive. And frankly, I've been a little disappointed that we just act as if we're waiting for this report to come. And we've pointed out all of these flaws, and I've yet to see some proactive initiative on our part to setting a vision, setting some direction, and setting some goals for this office. For my part, I'm reminded of an important phrase, which is, the ones who need the most often ask the least. And I see that in my community. I see folks who have huge needs, who rarely ask. And I've seen OER on the ground in my community helping people that need the most. Entrepreneurs just starting out, small business owners affected by disasters, either man-made or natural disasters, Micronesians who lost family members during COVID, and the list goes on. I went to my dry cleaner last Saturday, and on their bulletin board was a flyer from OER about business resources. OER was an office set up to help those in our community who need the most but ask the least. So if we're going to gut this office, then I think it's our kuleana as the council to find ways to continue this work. And if we're going to say OER is not the vehicle for it, then we better find the way to do it. So to the public watching, to OER's employees here, to everybody else interested in how the city can support all of these goals, I would encourage you to watch how our actions as council members match the rhetoric. Watch how we, as a council, live up to the rhetoric of supporting the least among us. Watch how we talk about waiting for a plan and yet don't put anything forward in a proactive and thoughtful way. Watch how we talk about reducing the cost of living, but we're about to gut an office that supports the least among us. We talk about growing the economy and attracting talent, but we're limiting the office that supports small businesses and entrepreneurs. We talk about getting federal funds, especially at a time when federal funding is being reduced drip by drip, and we're gutting the office that takes these funds, manages them, and directs them out into the community. And we also talk about preparing for disasters. And heaven forbid that there be another disaster like the Kona lows as we watch, this El Nino season build up. And we're limiting an office that's been out there responding to these disasters. And so for my part, I'm not going to forget those who are in need in my community, those who ask for so little, those who barely reach out when they really, really, really just need a little lifeline. And so for that reason, I'll be respectfully voting no on the proposal to override the mayor's veto.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Councilmember Nishimoto.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to share my perspective on this. I think we're missing the point in this veto debate, and I think we're missing the importance of it. This has nothing to do with OER or a single department. It actually has nothing to do with the mayor's office, the mayor. It has everything to do with us. This veto is a huge overreach by the executive. This is a separation of powers issue, and it's very clear it is. If you look at the statute that gives the mayor the ability to veto, it says if any bill appropriating money is presented to the mayor may veto any item or items or portion or portions thereof by striking out or reducing the same. Striking out or reducing. What the administration does in this veto is it adds money. It adds 800-something thousand to the general fund. It adds 18 positions to OER. This is beyond the mayor's power to add. He has the ability to strike things out. He does not have the ability to add. When he adds things, that's an appropriation. And appropriations are solely the responsibility of the council. If we let this go and we let the mayor now add to our budget through veto, he can already reduce it. If he can add now through our budget, we really don't have to make a budget because he can do whatever he wants. He can reduce it, he can add to it. We're basically making ourselves irrelevant. This vote is about whether the council will be a co-equal branch of government with the administration. That's how I see it. Are we going to be a co-equal branch with the administration? It's really clear to me that this debate has nothing to do with OER. It really has to do with, are we as a council going to protect our kuleana? Are we going to say that the statute tells us that we can appropriate, that we are the holders of the purse, and that the administration are the ones that implement our budget? If that's the case, there's no way that this veto can stand, because you can't add to our budget. That's an appropriation. For those reasons, I will be supporting the override.
Thank you. You know, the decisions reflected in this budget were difficult, but they were made deliberatively, transparently, and with commitment to responsible stewardship of taxpayer money. Those decisions deserve to be respected unless they are changed through the legislative process, not through an expansion of the line item veto beyond the authority granted by the charter. This vote is preserving the constitutional balance between the legislative and executive branches of our city government. The line item veto authority is reductive, not additive. It exists to remove spending, not to create it. When a line item veto is used to restore funding that the legislative body has already rejected, it raises fundamental questions about whether the executive is exercising authority beyond that provided by the charter. If the executive may simply restore funding that the council intentionally removed, then the council's authority over appropriation is fundamentally diminished. The careful deliberations, difficult compromises, and fiscal discipline exercised through the budget process become little more than a recommendation rather than a legislative decision. So I'll be supporting the override as well. Any further discussion, members? Councilmember Kia'aina.
Thank you, Chair. And I did want to, just acknowledge some of the comments made by Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, because I actually take it to heart with regard to not just relying on OER, but also initiatives on our own that have provided guidance. So I just have to say that I've stated it previously with regard to the future of the Office of Economic Revitalization. I think the circumstances that we find ourselves in today is regrettable, because I feel that if the leadership of OER heeded the concerns expressed by several council members over the last several years during the annual budgetary process, we wouldn't be in this situation today. At the outset, let me just say that I have been one of the strongest supporters of OER and its mission, which included helping to secure legislative authority and funding to strengthen agricultural capacity with our farming community through direct grants. The City Council actually appropriated $5 million and only $3 million was given for the grant program. Building capacity within OER to more successfully compete for federal funding. I also put funding in for the Managing Director's office. That's my mantra, building capacity for all of the city to be able to secure more federal funding. Being more strategic with the development of an Oahu Tourism Strategic Plan. That was my legislation, because the office was only relying on the Oahu Destination Management Plan, similar to it relying simply on the Oahu Comprehensive Economic Development strategy. We have to be innovative within ourselves to be able to make headway. And then, of course, ensuring equity during the COVID-19 pandemic in the administration of federal ARPA funds relating to death benefits to our Micronesian community, which I have to say I've been deeply concerned about because I believe that many beneficiaries are not going to be able to receive funding because time lapsed by the time the rollout of the program came. So I'm just saying that while I may not fully agree on how OER will be restructured in today's vote, I nevertheless agree with some of the concerns expressed by my colleagues as well as the auditor's recommendations. And there were several concerns that I had and I raised previously. The major concern that I have, which relates to long-term economic development strategy. I do believe OER has done a good job on economic response and recovery, and that's something we're gonna have to grapple with moving forward. And I think that they need to realize that it is not, we can't, just as we are not waiting, I'm not certainly just waiting for a plan, I said, but I just gave an idea today, which I think doesn't cost any money. You just simply have to ask people questions on how you can help them. But anyway, just in general, I regret that we're in this situation, and I'm hoping that after this vote, we can determine a pathway forward. And just lastly, I do want to make a mention about disaster recovery because that is what they're doing now, but equally important is the role of the Department of Emergency Management. And when you put both of the agencies together, one is a full-fledged department, and it only had 16 personnel during the Kona Low, serving 1 million people, right? And then the Kona Low, and during this budget, we will be nearly doubling it because we're adding 13 more, so it's going to go to 29. So I understand full well, but we need to also contextualize the whole budget. And who is the primary agency responsible for the health, safety, and welfare of Oahu residents during emergencies or disasters? And that is the Department of Emergency Management. So I know that's not what everybody wants to hear today, but I want to just say that we need to figure a pathway forward after this vote, as I will be voting to override the veto.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to first, I would like to state that I concur with the statements made by both yourself, Chair, and my Budget Committee Vice Chair, Councilmember Nishimoto, about the importance of separation of powers. I know that our officers work diligently for months to address the needs of our communities, and we presented and passed a balanced budget, and I'm very appreciative of that. That being said, I would also like to express my appreciation to the employees of the OER for their efforts of serving our communities and doing what they felt was right. I too have always made my decisions based on what I principally believe to be correct. The stances I have taken have been with that honest approach. We simply seem to have come to a fork in the road where fundamentally there are stark differences between where the office has been heading and where they were created, what they were created or intended for. Mayor's message number 92, dated August 6, 2020, states, quote, "The coronavirus disease or COVID-19 outbreak has devastated our economy and highlighted the need for a strengthened economic development agency dedicated to recovery. The Office of Economic Revitalization will be an execution and policy-making office that will provide coordination and direction for the COVID-19 economic recovery, leverage state and federal funding to maximize the benefit to Oahu residents, and develop the city's long-term economic strategy. By the end of this September 26, there will be no further federal funding for OER. Resolution 20-197 FD1 states at the bottom of page 1 that the creation of an Office of Economic Revitalization, or OER, to coordinate the city's near-term COVID-19 economic response and recovery efforts is necessary and prudent. At the top of page 2, the resolution further states that the creation of an OER to coordinate immediate COVID-19 economic assistance and guide long-term strategy and economic development, diversification, and investments that reduce the city's over-reliance on the current travel and tourism industry model is prudent. The charter amendment approved by the council in 2020 designated healthcare, sustainable agriculture, regenerative tourism, green energy and transportation, innovation and technology, housing and redevelopment, resilient infrastructure, and film and entertainment as areas to focus on for economic support. These areas are not optional, but rather mandated in the charter. The office does not have the authority to pick and choose which areas to focus on. As I have previously mentioned, the audit clearly revealed that OER failed to meet 5 out of the 8 objectives listed in the charter. This council has repeatedly expressed its concerns during hearings and throughout multiple budget cycles that the office continues to grow, ballooning from 9 general funded positions in fiscal year 23 to the mayor's proposed 24 positions in this fiscal year 27 operating budget, with 0 ARPA or FRF funded positions remaining. Despite this growth, the administration, OER leadership, and the commission have failed to produce the strategic plan required by the charter, and they have failed to take the council's concerns seriously. Despite the narrative being portrayed in the media, we are not defunding OER. We are right-sizing a team to focus on the units that work by maintaining the film office, adding 3 community equity liaison positions, and restoring a business specialist and an agricultural specialist. We are also providing the commission with sufficient time to develop a strategic plan for a post-COVID era. We cannot continue punting this issue year after fiscal year. As I've also stated in previous hearings, OER is currently suffering from a textbook example of mission creep. We are seeing an office that has shimmied through its legal mandates to become a secondary social service agency, and as the audit stated, generally found that all of OER's program activities had some degree of duplication with existing city and or state programs. Finally, the council does not exist to rubber stamp a budget, but has a fiduciary responsibility to make sure the final budget reflects the real needs of residents and what government can deliver, which is responsible, transparent, accountable, and intentional. For these reasons, I will be voting in support of the veto override. Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero.
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
No.
Councilmember Kia Aina.
Aye.
Councilmember Nishimoto. Councilmember Okimoto.
Aye.
Councilmember Tolba.
Excused.
Councilmember Tupola.
Aye.
Councilmember Wire.
No.
Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 6 ayes, 2 noes, and 1 member is absent.
Thank you. Bill 22, 2026, CD1, FD1 has passed final reading. The mayor's veto to contrary notwithstanding on all line items as indicated in the ordinance. Thank you. Turning to page 29. Any announcements, members? Seeing none, Vice Chair Tupola, motion to adjourn.
I move that the meeting stand adjourned until Wednesday, August 12th, 2026 at 10 a.m.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any objections? Noting no objections, the council stands adjourned until Wednesday, August 12th, 2026 at 10 a.m. Thank you, members.